Hello, everybody. Welcome back to CoinPoker's Cash Game World Championship. This is day 26 of 28, so we're in the last few days of the challenge. And I'm your host, Johan Merlo, and today we're going to be joined to start the show with Petar Knop. Did I say that right?
Almost.
What?
Yeah, it's better.
I thought that was flawless. I need to insist on the R or which part?
Well, you said Petar, I think, and it's better.
Oh, yeah. No, I thought you told me Petar. Oh, my God. Okay, all right. Petar. Sorry.
No worries. You're not the only one.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, welcome. Nice to have you back on the stream. We currently got 3 tables running. How's it been going for you?
Yeah, pretty good. I haven't participated much in the challenge, but whenever I managed to sneak in a session, I had some good session. I ran pretty well, so
Nice.
yeah, it's been fun.
That's what it's all about. Any thoughts on the movements that we had in leaderboard? Because Biluzin overtook Kevin and Davey that were at the top, and he since yesterday, and today he held on to that. He actually didn't play, neither did Kevin, and Davey went on a bit of a downswing as well.
Yeah, I briefly checked the leaderboard. I don't know if you want to pull it out.
Yeah, just trying to see this hand here, what happens, just in case we get a showdown.
Yeah, sure.
We got Iimitlesss and Munez playing one. And on the other tables, yeah, we got a whole bunch of different players. Munez, Juan Roman, Duty, Linus, split across all those 3 tables.
Yeah, it's nice to see. Plenty well-known guys there battling.
What do you think of the time banks, by the way? Like, do you actually? I'm not even sure like how it works. Like, the longer you play, the more time bank you build, right? It's like, what's the max time bank you can have?
I believe the max is 1 minute.
Okay.
And it's like refreshes at a certain point. Yeah.
Okay.
Not entirely sure how it works, but yeah. Probably like every, I don't know, 15 minutes it resets or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, not too long, not too short. You kind of want to have the right balance, for sure. Especially like now for this, like only with 10K. Like, I don't think people should have only 10 seconds to decide.
I agree.
All right, let's see. 8 on the river. We're gonna see a check from Iimitlesss, who's been upswinging. He's currently in the 4th position with 141K in EV, running a bit above EV. Yeah. Good win rates.
Yeah, he's been doing very well.
Let's see if he makes the right decision here. Munez is all in.
Yeah, I haven't seen the entire action, so not quite sure what's happening, but yeah, you can replay, I guess.
Wow. Okay. What a start. That was.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see your reaction always before I see it.
Yeah, but actually, and also I'm not that knowledgeable about poker, so to me, a lot of these showdowns is like, like now I'm picturing nuts versus second nuts, and then I see the hand and it's like 4 high against ace high. I'm like, what? That's not the poker I'm used to. Okay,
yeah, I feel you.
Try to bring up the hand in the replayer. All right, I have it. So this is a blind versus blind action. Iimitlesss opens the small blind. Munez 3 bets the big blinds. Iimitlesss 4 bets. Small, pretty small. Is that standard for the small blind? It's like 300, 900, 1900.
Like 2.5x is standard what most people use, but there is definitely flexibility when it comes to 4 bets BBB. Like, yeah, you can go small, you can go big. Yeah, it's really not a big deal.
Okay. We do see a call from Munez. I'm guessing 5-4 suited is even a call against like the normal sizing, so against the smaller sizing, like even more so, right?
Yeah, I would say everything suited connected is just the defend versus the 4 bet.
Okay, so we head to 10-8-6 rainbow, and funny enough, neither of them has something strong right now. I guess Munez has a gutter ball, but like from the bottom. And Iimitlesss checks.
Yeah, checking makes sense. I mean, this is definitely a better board for the in-position player. Like a lot of the bluffs from out of position is coming from hands like Ace Jack off, Ace King off, King Jack off, King Queen off, and all those hands missed.
So it's a range check board for Iimitlesss. Like even if you had aces, kings, you would check here.
I don't think you have to like necessarily range check, but definitely high frequency check, I would say.
Okay. Munez bets quarter. Like, is it because like he actually has like a draw and equity, or what exactly is happening when he does that?
No, the quarter size is just standard. You just bet small, putting pressure on the 2 overcards to the board.
Okay.
So far standard.
And Iimitlesss clicks it. Check raises to 2.5k.
That's interesting. Yeah, so I mean he's gonna like check majority of his range, so he definitely has a strong hands, like all the overpairs that he, I would say, mostly wants to check raise. And then like you need some bluffs, obviously. First you take some hands that connects with the board, like let's say if you have Queen Jack offsuit or something like I don't know, King 7 suited, I think is a part of a 4-bet range. And yeah, I guess Ace King could make it as well. Seems reasonable to me.
Do you think Munez is thinking, why did I bet? Because now it's kind
yeah, obviously with 5-4 you're not happy about it, but
yeah.
I mean, you know, the size is small. I think you just have to see the turn probably.
Okay, so we head to an 8 of diamonds turn, bringing a diamond draw. And Iimitlesss checks. Munez checks back. 8 of hearts on the river, so trips on the boards. Iimitlesss checks. And Munez jams. And as we saw, Iimitlesss thought of it for a while and then makes the call. So what do you think happened here? Like he was able to piece it together really well. Like if he's thinking of the whole line, does he see too many misses out of Munez?
Yeah, I mean, when you call Ace King in that spot, you obviously assume that Munez has a bluffs, right? And like the bluffs that make sense are actually some hands with like a high equity that he checked behind on the turn, right? Like let's say some hand like some diamond draws or hand like Jack 9. And I think he had like an Ace King of clubs specifically, right? Which is a really nice combo because you like unblock all the hand that, let's say, float the check raise and then would bluff in this line. So it's a really cool combo to go down if you get here.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. To see like clubs on both sides and just 5 high versus Ace King. Yeah, that's not what you would see in my stakes, let me tell you here. This action
for sure
would be a boat against quads.
Yeah, and this is like the thing about the strongest player in the world. Like they put you in this situation that you are not used to in your average game.
Yeah, a very nice hand to start with here. Is this the type of hand that you think can get submitted for like a hand of the week? Oh, it's not that sick.
I think so, yeah. It's pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah. Have you been paying attention to those?
I mean, I've seen the Twitter polls and stuff.
Yeah. Any hand that stood out to you?
I think last week was I think there was a hand that like the Ace Jack call down. It's like a button versus big blind 3-bet pot. Yeah, I'm actually not sure like if that hand won or not, but I found that hand was pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah, it's anonymous as well, so we don't really know who it is either.
Yeah, I know who it was, but I don't know if I should mention it or not.
Well, if it was last week, oh yeah, I guess maybe like, not to give away any info also.
Yeah, it was basically like flop goes check check, and then the big blind goes like that big turn, shove river, and someone calls down ace jack high.
Yeah. And did that hand win the hand of the week?
I'm not sure actually.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on like whether they start some new tables. So far, it's just the 3 running. One of them is full, and then 2 of them have 5 players out of 6. At least we get one show table. What's up, by the way, in the chat? We got I'm Visual Mix, who said amazing call by Iimitlesss, and Kara Sabir, who said hello, Johan. Hello. Say hello to Petter as well. Come on. Ooh, we got Fish Zone joining as well on the non-show table. And wait, is he playing on a computer? Does that happen? I thought only mobile.
He switches. Yeah, he switches sometimes. Yeah, usually he sometimes starts on like a laptop or whatever, but then goes on a phone.
Yeah. I tried to get Dudy to join the stream, but he didn't seem to want to. But it would have been cool to hear from him. But today we're supposed to hear from Davey for the first time.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, in around 3 hours.
That's exciting.
Anything particular I should ask him about?
I don't know. He just seems like an interesting character overall.
Yeah. I think asking him about like just his story coming up in poker is going to be interesting, and like see if he has some advice for up and coming grinders.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can ask him what does he think about the challenge and the competitors and stuff like that. I think that's interesting to see his thoughts. Yeah, I think it wasn't a long time ago when he did a podcast. Like, I believe it was in Spanish, but someone actually translated it and made an article.
And what did you think of it?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. Like, the one thing that really resonated with me was that he really likes to play kind of short sessions. Like, I think he was saying like he always plays like 2-3 hours and doesn't really care about the opposition. And it's like, I'm rather just gonna play my A game versus like strong players than, play like 8-hour sessions with a recreational. Basically just always trying to prefer quality over quantity, which is something that I've always tried to do as well.
Yeah. Did he mention how many tables he plays?
Yeah, I think he said like, I mean, depending, it's like full tables or like a short-handed. But yeah, I think he mostly plays around like 4 tables.
Okay. Yeah, I like that actually. Like just not playing too many tables, like shorter sessions. I remember it was MMA Sherdog that talked about this too. Like not doing very long sessions, taking breaks, and always like kind of starting over.
Yeah, I really think it's like the way to do if you wanna like win the challenge, and take it super seriously.
Yeah. Munez is all in. Feels like a flush to me. Well, yeah. He had it.
You were right.
Well, that's typical low stakes mentality. You always put somebody on the nuts, and then you kind of go from there.
Yeah.
All right. So this was Iimitlesss opens in the hijack, Biluzin calls in the cutoff, and Munez calls in the big blind. I remember a friend of mine that sometimes gives me advice. He's a very good player. He once told me the suited kings in the big blind multi-way are like amazing. They play really well, and kind of stuck with me. So it kind of made it easy for me to immediately identify I need to flat all of these.
Mm-hmm.
Iimitlesss continues small here, by the way. In multi-way here, like in between 2 players, is that something that you'll see often, or do you think check is like what you'll see most of the time there?
Yeah, I would say check is what you're gonna see most of the time, but it always depends like on the board, right? There are some boards that are really good for the original raiser, and those you can see bet. A lot of the boards are pretty bad, so there you play like a kind of like close to a range check or a very small betting frequency, I would say.
Okay.
I mean, this hand is a bit recreational, so that always changes the dynamic, right? I think the incentive to bet your strong hands is always bigger.
But then why bet so small?
I don't know, maybe this is just a standard for him when it comes to multi-way.
Okay. So Fishzone raises it up, and then Muniz cranks it up too. Iimitlesss is sat there with ace-10. He's like, I hate my life.
Yeah, I think he's in a situation where like he's facing a bet and a raise, then like you're not really gonna continue much by calling, because even if you have like a, I don't know, ace jack, like, it's just a fault in this situation. Like you are versus two ranges.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, it's pretty standard to mostly continue by 3-betting here. So yeah, I would imagine he's just 3-betting his entire continuing range here.
By the way, in the chat, I see a lot of comments. I'll catch up with the chat after this hand here. So Iimitlesss gets out of the way. Fishzone calls. And then we head to a 3 of diamonds on the turn. Muniz checks, and Fishzone keeps it simple. He just pots it. Kind of dicey. Oh, wait, I guess he had. He also had a straight draw, right? It was king. No way, he had a pair. What was his exact hand again? Let me check.
Well, I think Fishzone had 8-3.
No, I mean Muniz. Oh, yes, king 4. So he has pair.
King 4, yeah.
He has pair and flush draw. So he calls. Yeah. He calls the pot size bet. Is this like a slam dunk call, or it's kind of close because like you're mostly drawing to the flush but out of position?
Yeah, I mean it helps you have a pair, right? That gives you additional outs to improve.
Yeah.
But if you have like a, let's say, king 10 of heart, like it gets pretty close versus pot size, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
He calls, fills up on the river, just has this straight up nuts. He jams, and we saw Fishzone tank for a while and make the call eventually with his 2 pair.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot to be in with 2 pair. Yeah, I would say it's very, very hard for Muniz to ever have a bluff in this spot, but yeah, I think it's a bit tough to figure that out for recreational.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole hand is like super out of the ordinary just because it's like multi-way. And then Iimitlesss even bet, then it was raise, so yeah, pretty interesting one as well. All right, let's see. Well, we got another all-in here immediately. Let's just keep firing off. I'll catch up on the chat real quick. Kara said, what's up, Peter? Sorry, my routine is to say hello only to Johan.
No worries. Hello too.
I think I said your name wrong again, right? It's Peter.
Yes.
Yeah,
Peter.
Oh my God. All right. I got it now. Cider says, wow, crazy tables, Iimitlesss and Linus, same table. Yep. Davey could speak English. I think I would guess he almost definitely speaks enough English to be on and like, talk comfortably. But I think maybe he like initially mentioned English because he probably wanted to be able to express himself like as clearly and as well as possible. And maybe he wasn't super comfortable with it, but at least he's coming on, and I think it's going to be nice to hear from him. Bigfoot Bird said, cool to see Peter. Oh my God, every time I have to say your name, I'm worry I'm going to say it wrong.
I think that was good.
Okay, Peter. On stream, any advice on where to focus study areas as rising stakes? ? How many hours did you put in to get to high stakes out of curiosity?
Well, I don't know how many hours, but I would say like my ratio between studying and playing was always pretty close to 50-50. So like I always paid a lot of incentive for studying. Like obviously there are there are times where, let's say, you have some great games available. I think at those times you wanna be playing a lot. But yeah, I mean, I always been studying, and what to study? I mean, ideally everything. You know, I would say you always wanna mostly focus on the spots that happens the most. So spots like let's say button versus big blind single raise spot, and small blind versus big blind single raise spot, like small blind versus button 3-bet pot. Like those spots happen the most, and they are gonna have the biggest impact on your win rate. So I would say I would mostly focus on those, and like analyze hands. I would say drill in the like GTO trainer or like the whatever GTO wizard offers. Yeah, I think that's probably what I would do if I was a up and coming player these days.
All right, I like that. Great answer. Benna said, "Yo guys, what's up?" The goat in the chat say, if you want to join at any point, Benna, by the way, feel free to drop me a message. Be happy to invite you. Kara said, ask Davey who is the best player that's not playing in this challenge. I actually wonder who he would say. I should probably, yeah, I'll write down some suggestions like this. That's good. That's good advice, I think. And then, oh yeah, you guys talk about the interview in question. I don't think links work in the chat here, but yeah, if you tell someone what to search for exactly, I think they'll be able to. And apparently it was Davy Jones interview Gypsy Team. Find the one interview you were talking about.
Yeah, it was like the Gypsy Team forum, I think, that made the article, and you can like translate it with a Google Translate or something like that.
Oh, they did like a transcript of the whole interview.
I don't think it was necessarily a transcript, but it was like a
recap.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's been some time, but yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it was like word to word, but yeah, I think they covered like the topics he was discussing, you know.
Okay. Yeah, I can bring up. By the way, let's do the leaderboard. Like you mentioned it earlier. We can go over them. So Biluzin is still in the lead. Kevin in second place. Neither of them played yesterday, so taking a break. Kevin, of course, in Japan, skiing, living the jet set life. Whereas Biluzin, I'm guessing either taking a break because he's ahead, or he might just sit out unless somebody catches up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
You know, Kevin nowhere to be seen. I was kind of expecting that whenever he sees the Biluzin overtook him, he's gonna be back right away. But so far, seems like he's just having fun skiing in the Japan.
And Davey going
on... maybe he just doesn't care. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like he should care for sure, but yeah, I think he had probably this trip planned for a while, and I mean, technically he has his laptop. I don't know if you listened to when he was on, but he talked about it, and he said even on his laptop with the tables stacked on top of one another, he could easily play like, up to 8 tables. He said he was used to it.
Yeah, I listened to that part of the stream. Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, I think,
right? Like most players couldn't, I guess.
Sorry?
Most players, I feel like, couldn't do that, like in terms of like comfort zone, not being able to see all tables at all time, or do you think they would be able to?
I mean, for me, it would definitely suck. I hate playing on a laptop.
And not just on a laptop, 8 tables stacked on top of one another.
Yeah, that's another level, yeah.
Because if you play 4, at least, they can be like tiled or whatever, like, not stacked.
Right. Yeah, Davey had a terrible session. That's pretty unfortunate to go on a downswing at this point when he was still in contention. Obviously one of the favorites.
Wait, are you guilty of this downswing of Davey? Did you have any part in this?
No, I haven't. I played with him a little bit yesterday. I played like a shorter session, but No, I don't think I win any significant bet from Davey.
Okay. The Amazing Jack says, what day was Kevin on? I missed that stream. Okay, let me look it up real quick. I can refer you exactly. It was on the November 30th. So if you go to the... Wherever you're watching, there are VODs for every playday. And then if you find the VOD from November 30th, day 21, I believe it was. That's when he was on, I think, probably towards the end of the stream, I believe, or like maybe mid to end. I think that might have been a long stream as well, but I started adding timestamps. Maybe they weren't up for this one yet. And Kara Sabia said, Biluzin should wait and only play when a recreational plays unless he's behind. It's a little bit vague, but I feel like it's kind of not allowed, right? To only sit if if there is a recreational playing. Also, recreational players are kind of rare. Probably couldn't play this or couldn't do this.
I think he should just sit it out unless Kevin overtakes him. I think that's the GTO thing to do at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, he grinded 36,000 hands. Like nobody can say he didn't put a volume. So
yeah, that's really good volume. Yeah. The eligibility for the prizes as well was 20k hands, so he's like well past that. It's not like he just barely got above.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I was in his situation, I would definitely sit it out for now.
Grit says, is Peter not playing this year? Or did he change name? He's Yagot Me, I believe, right?
Yes, Yagot Me.
Dude, what is this win rate? Get back in there. Keep cooking.
Yeah. So not sure I can maintain the win rate, but yeah, it was fun.
Yesterday, 259 hands. Like, how many tables were you playing?
I was just playing 2 tables. I had some table with the recreational on the side as well, so I was just taking it easy.
Okay. On average, like, how many tables are you playing?
I like to play 3. I think that's my sweet spot.
Dude, I don't know why, but I feel like 3 is like, it's an uneven number. Either you do 2 or you do 4, but 3 is like...
like 3 in this challenge. When I play like casual games, I...
Yeah. All right, we got a jam from Linus. What looks to be a action run out. I'm guessing this was at least a 3-bet pot. Actually, no, wait. There's only 2,500 in the middle. Might be single raise. That's the show table, so we'll get to see at least Linus's hand. It's so funny because for Munez, it's either a consolation or it's like, no, like, I shouldn't have folded. Makes the folds. Oof, all right. He was facing a boat. So I'm gonna guess this is a pretty good folds.
Yeah, good fold, seems like.
So it is a 3-bet pot. Goes check on the flop. Do you check back any flush here by any chance? As Munez?
You should, yeah.
That would be quite sick, not gonna lie. He just calls the turn and then King River. Linus checks, Munez bets big. And Linus jams. What does this feel like if you're Munez? Because Jacks here essentially, right, checks flop as you would expect. And then on the turn, he just goes for a small bet on a board pairing card.
Yeah.
Do you like is it easy to give somebody credit for a full house with this line?
I mean, yeah, if you give credit to someone, it's definitely like Linus is one of those guys. I think he played this hand very consistently with let's say if he had a jack, right? He kind of like bet small on the turn and then check river. They would like the hands that he would have in that range is like queen jack, ace jack. So he decided to protect that range with some strong hands like pocket jacks. But then you go just for a river check shove when you get there. And Munez, like if he has a flush here, he's obviously not happy because he's not beating anything with the flush. Like the value range is coming from a full house.
Yeah. So then how do you determine, like, let's say he thinks Linus is balanced with his value to bluff, then does Munez just call ace high flush, king high flush and fold everything else, or is it like is it different than this?
Well, if you assume that Linus is like perfectly balanced, then you sort of have to like roll the dice. Right? I would say it doesn't matter as much what kind of flush do you have. Yeah, I think it really doesn't matter here. Like ideally, you wanna block value range, which I don't think you can have a flush that actually blocks a value at the same time on this board. So I guess you wanna unblock the bluffs, which I guess in this spot would be the hands like queen jack or ace jack with some frequency.
Okay. Yeah, that's...
So yeah, I think when you have a flush, you basically just decide on some number and just arrange it if you think minus is a perfect ratio of bluffs.
Yeah. A tough spot to be in. I really don't like this. Like if I have a if I have a flush on a paired board and I get jammed. I mean on my stakes, I guess you can fold a lot of the time, but you always have that doubt, you know, especially we don't have show tables for the most part. I should play more on coin. I would get the consolation or the torture of seeing I got bluffed.
But I don't think the tables are available anymore, right? The show tables.
Wait, aren't they? I think they are, no?
I think they replaced them with the 7 deuce game.
Oh, did they? Okay.
I believe so.
Johan, I'm gonna mess up my sleep schedule tonight for Davey. It's worth it, Grits.
Is he coming at the night or something?
Well, he's coming in like wait, let me double check. I think in 2 hours and a half ish. I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess for Grit maybe it's like late already.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, and tomorrow actually just confirmed we're gonna have Exploitable join the stream.
Right.
For the first time, and then Sunday we have Gary Chappell. What about you? Can you think of someone like the strongest player that didn't join this challenge? Is there anyone you can think of?
Well, there were the Estonians that did really well in the VIP games on GG. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're up to. Maybe they switched to the tournaments or retire. But
Okay.
I mean, at that point, they were considered like one of the best, like a Taisto Hunter and I think Marcus Ladev. They were all very strong.
Any idea why they didn't play?
I don't know. I mean, they didn't participate even in the first Cash Game World Championship, which I was a bit surprised. I think Taisto, like I see him playing like a 2K, 5K on coin. But yeah, maybe it's like it's a possible that they like switch to they focus on MTTs more and they're not as sharp anymore. So you know, it's kind of an uphill battle if you're not at your best.
Yeah, for sure. And Dullahan said, anyone else not able to access YouTube at this moment? Yeah, I had something weird earlier where I also was struggling to open it. But luckily we're on multiple platforms. Kill Bano said, what about Stefan Sontheimer? Is he considered good enough? Or MMA Sherdog, Basic, Show of Force?
Stefan Sontheimer, I think he's like a semi-retired as far as I know. So I wouldn't say he's strong enough. MMA Sherdog. Yeah, I'm also not sure like what's like obviously at his prime, like he was he would be able to compete. But yeah, I'm not sure what he's up to these days. I don't really see him at tables much. And show force. Show force. Yeah, I also don't think he's been playing much. Yeah, I'm really not sure. Like since the VIP games on GG were closed, I think a lot of the guys were in like a different directions and don't really like focus on solely on a no limit cash game anymore.
Do you think like if one of those players that's, you know, once upon a time was considered pretty sharp, they kind of like transition and do something else also, you fall off pretty quickly as far as like, you know, being able to compete with the best here in no limit hold'em?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you can still probably play the, you know, like 2K, 5K games that have been running with the recreational and do fine, but like this is like you're battling the best of the best, so it's gonna be hard if you're not super sharp.
Grit asks, Johan, can you ask better what shot taking strategy he recommends?
Yeah, I would say I recommend pretty aggressive bankroll management. I think one of the streams that I listened to, someone recommended this, but I think I would say if you have a 30 binds on a limit, you should take a shot, and if you lose a 5 bind, you should move down. Like that would be my approach. I think.
And then do you actually, so yesterday, a friend of mine was talking to me about this, and he was saying you probably want to play like a low amount of tables and kind of focus on table selection as well. Do you feel like that's accurate?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you should always make everything in order to maximize your win rate, right?
Yeah.
Because you eliminate the swings to a degree like that. So yeah, definitely table selecting is important when it's shot taking. And yeah, trying to play low amount of tables and just be 100% focused for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday my friend actually sweated me for a bit, and I was playing 3 tables, and he was telling me about like, you know, the table setup. Like there were some recreational players, but like maybe some of them had like short stack, and there was one table where I was directly across from the only recreational, and then on both my left and right I had 2 regs, and he was telling me about it, saying like basically I might need to move. But personally, I feel like sometimes, like let's say you move, you don't know what the next table is gonna look like, right? It's and also like you trade off. Like now, maybe I've already gotten some info on these guys. I've already tagged everybody. I kind of know who's who. So sometimes there's a bit of a gamble with that, right? Like how do you decide? Like let's say you're in that setup. You have 2 regs to your left, 2 regs to your right, and then the recreational player across the table. Do you feel like that's good enough to stay, or like I mean, it's probably not comparable because in your games you probably don't get to pick from too many tables, but
yeah, it really depends on how many options do you have, right? Like
yeah.
For me, I don't have many options, so I take what I have.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you have like, let's say you have 8 tables available, you should always try to pick the most favorable ones. And even like if you think the recreational is not big enough and he's sitting like across of you or on your direct left, which is not great. Yeah, I think closing the table is definitely reasonable.
If a recreational player is sitting to your left but he's like kind of passive, I guess does it matter less that he's sitting on your left than if he's like pretty aggro?
Well, ideally you always want to have a position.
Yeah.
Right? So you want to have the recreational on your right. That's how you make the most money on average. Like on your left, like yes, you want to have tight players, but I think it's preferably if it's like some sort of a nitty regular. That's like if you're gonna like steal blind for a button, he's gonna be too passive and just give away all the pots. Like that's an ideal scenario.
We got one in Linus here in the hands. Oh, wait, there's an all-in. Fish zone being put to the test constantly, it seems like. There's a couple of hands ago.
Poor guy.
Yeah, Duty was already all-in against him. Phone is activated. Time for Munez to bluff it off. Oh no, it's not the show table. Not like this.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to earn the showdowns through patience. I wonder why sometimes. I guess maybe they have other tables, but like right now, it's only 3 tables running. So why not start another one?
Yeah, I would say majority of the players they all like to play around like 3 or 4 tables on average, so maybe they just have enough.
Yeah. And then, so when you play like 3-4 tables, how much attention are you paying to those hands like you're not playing in?
Yeah, whenever I don't have my own action and I see interesting hand, I always replay it.
Yeah.
I try to look what happened. I think it's definitely valuable to see other people and histories.
Yeah, I think that's probably also why you don't want to play very long sessions, right? Because that's like very taxing if you do that all the time. Like you have to be locked in.
Yes.
I wonder if I should message Kevin, ask him if he plans on playing. That would be good to know. Takchi Onak in the chat says, Peter, how did you make it to the top? Did you have a lot of coaches / part of some group, or just go on your own? For me, it's insane to see Czech player to play so high. Inspiring.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I mentioned it a bit last time. I was kind of a lone wolf for a long time, and I got to like an NL 100, 200 level. I think at the time I was playing a lot of Zoom games, but I was kind of like break-even-ish, so nothing special. And yeah, like the real progress started when I first had a coach, and then shortly after I joined a stable. I joined Gorilla stable, and that's where I, amongst like some great coaches and motivated players, I managed to improve pretty quickly towards the high stakes.
Do you remember when you got a coach? Like, how did you work exactly? Did you do database review, or you just went kind of like hand by hands to review the spots?
Yeah, the introduction session was I sent him my database of hands, and he basically identified my leaks, which at the time, like, it's kind of funny, but it was so many basic leads that you can easily fix. Like, I was like, I don't know, overfolding to 3-bet, folding too much versus c-bet, not check raising enough, and like very low hanging fruit. That's like,
yeah, I have all of these,
okay.
and also not enough c-bet.
Yeah, those are the low hanging fruit leaks that you can fix without too much effort. And yeah, then we basically focused, like every session was focused on a particular spot that I was making mistakes in. So let's say one of them were like when you defend big blind and how do you play flops and stuff like that. Yeah, very basic stuff at that time.
And then once you fix that, then it opened up like a whole new world of other things that you feel like more important to work on, or you feel like all of it was always kind of like, it's progressive, right? You have to do them kind of like step by step.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you get better, then you kind of discover a deeper level to the game, and you start to work on some more advanced stuff, later straight turns and rivers and more complex spot and stuff like that. But yeah, you have to start with the fundamentals, right? You have to know how to play pre-flop, and you need to know how to play flop. And which are the easiest three to play, right? But that's your fundamental, and yeah, when you know how to do that, then you start digging into other stuff.
Yeah. Yolan wants to join, so I'll invite him. You just have to pick up again in a second, okay?
Okay.
Hello.
What's up?
How have you
Hey.
been?
Not good. I just lost 30K against a whale. What's up? I wanna kill myself.
Cheer up, bro.
Ah,
It's only
it's
paper.
terrible. No, it's okay. But like, I can't even share the hands. Like, I was winning like maybe 40K or something, and he jumped like 3-6 off pre-flop. I'll share the hand just a moment.
Yeah, let's see.
I didn't win that one, and like after I lost like 2 flips, and he did a nice call actually against me, and
When do I get to play
I'm
whales
actually
heads
tilted.
up?
Right. Anyway, secret spots. How you doing, Peter?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
Oh shit, yes.
Better is better than good is cooking, man. He played 259 hands yesterday and he won almost 3 minds in the challenge.
How have you been, Johan, by the way?
Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, it's like the end of the challenge pretty much here, like Sunday night. So we're in the last 3 days.
That's true. Who is winning right now?
Biluzin actually yesterday overtook Kevin and Davey. I'll bring up
Who's this guy?
He's a Pedro Toledo, a Brazilian player. I'll link you the stream in case you don't have it, and then I will.
Did you play him in DG, Peter?
Biluzin?
Yeah.
I think I only played like 2 sessions versus him, and we didn't really have any interesting hands. So for me, he's definitely still like the kind of a wild card. Not sure what to think. But yeah, I mean, he's been doing very well.
Yeah. Is Linus still last, by the way?
No, he actually climbed back up, but then he kind of started downswinging again. Actually, yeah, no, he's bottom 2. Back to bottom 2. But actually, at some point, he had rebuilt. He was kind of going back
up. Are we
up.
really gonna have like Linus last? It's actually crazy. What's your rank, Peter? No, Peter. Yeah. They pronounced it correctly?
What's my what?
Your rank on the championship right now?
I mean, I'm like number 8 or something, but yeah, I played like 5,000 hands, so it's
18.94 BB per 100. Some might say
Nice.
he's the GOAT, and they're lucky he's not playing more.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, everyone who didn't play at least like 20,000 hands, I think you can sort of just ignore from the leaderboard.
Yeah, ignore the poorest win rate of the championship. I did tell you have the poorest. Over like
I noticed
2,000.
Rick is cooking. I mean, the guy went from like minus 20 bind to now he's plus 4 on EV.
Hey, he was last. He was last at some point.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's mad up
Rigged.
swinging.
Oh, it's crazy.
Shout out to him.
And actually, I don't think he hasn't even had one of the best days. He hasn't even had one of the 10 best days.
Yeah,
really
guy.
congrats, because he really played like a shit ton of hands. So I mean, it's probably not the proper way to say it in English. My bad for that, but he played a lot of hands. So yeah.
Is anyone even close to 71? Kevin has 54. I think that's nobody else will have this much. 42K for
Kevin
Munez.
could like play more, but I think he was out like the first week and then now, so yeah.
Sao says I like Peter's calm and analysis. Very good. And Kara says Yolan, stop playing in rigged apps.
I mean, come on, it's heads up. Like the guy just jumped. You can show the end. Like the guy, this only like it's just like limp, raise, re-raise, raise, click, all in, and he all in's like 6-3 off. But it's fine. Like I have nothing to do. It's a very frustrating month for me. Like I lost more than 6 figures. I feel like I'm losing literally, whereas it's actually
Wait, he all in pre? You
Yeah.
say? What? Oh,
Yeah,
3-6 off.
Yeah, he won that one. He won a flip after. He actually did a interesting catch against me heads up. Yeah, and I was like, I'm done. But that's
Mamma
okay.
mia.
It's happened.
Man, you even got the
Yeah.
spade on the turn as well. So sick. Like just like trying to give you max hope. Too many outs.
Yeah, I try to visualize myself on the spot. Like, if you lose this end and like you lose everything that you won, like it's still okay. I did that, but it didn't work. Like,
Yeah, that's wild.
yeah, that's okay.
Stay strong, man.
Yeah, and who is last? Is Chris?
Sorry?
Let me check. Who is last in the leaderboard right now? Yeah, it's Chris.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chris Nguyen. I think he hasn't been playing a ton, but still hopping in there a little bit. Like yesterday, played 847 hands.
How is Lama doing?
He was doing well for a while, and then he's kind of been downswinging ever since. Let me find him.
Did he jump into the stream recently?
I think not super recently, maybe like a couple days ago. So yeah, yesterday he lost almost 4 binds in 1,000 hands, and he's down to 20k in EV.
Yeah. What's your plan after the championship, Peter?
Probably just enjoy the holidays. Yeah, I mean, nothing significant poker-wise. Just yeah, I'm just grinding my regular games. You know, some games with the recreationals on ACR and on Coin.
You don't play apps at all?
I play apps here and there, but I don't like them very much.
Maybe we play against each other on apps. Yeah, there are not that many good clubs anyway. Just like very, very few.
Yeah, yeah.
Anon asks what's better. Nope. Called on Coin. He's right here. Yeah, got me. What's the story with that nickname?
I think I heard the clicker said that sometimes.
Okay.
Like it's like when you lose a hand and it's like, hey, you got me.
Yeah.
So that's what inspired the nickname.
Okay.
I think clicker was like kind of known for saying that.
Yeah. And Takchi said, okay, thank you, Peter. I play No Limit 200, 500 as a lone wolf, going to send the application to Guerrilla.
Yeah, I think right now it should be way easier to get in. Like Owen and Uri, they are, I think, starting to. There's gonna be like a core group and an elite group. So, like up until now, it was like the requirements to join were really high.
Yeah.
But now it should be more open to players around like the 200, 500 level as well.
And you
lower probably.
You coach as well?
I do an occasional group coaching.
For the core group or which one?
Well, for the main group, like the other groups are starting, so
okay.
I'm not sure what's gonna happen. But yeah, there is a chance that if you join, then I'm gonna do a coaching here and there.
You want to do a video on YouTube?
You mean like on your channel or something?
Yeah.
Sure, and we can set something up.
Cool. I'll start like republishing next year and stuff. Yeah, I'll contact you then.
Sure.
Marcel in the chat asked, what you guys think Biluzin is doing differently to have such high EV?
Eating flops, maybe. No, I mean, like, no,
So
I mean,
I
it's
honestly, I don't know. Maybe he did study the opponent very well, and I will still say it's most variance. I don't want to. I don't want to remove the skills of the opponent, especially since it's first. So yeah, 35,000 is like not much, but it still shows that he's not doing like that bad overall with this win rate. Like I don't think you can lose like 50 blinds per 100 with this win rate at this hands, for example. Yeah, so maybe he studied the opponents individually very well. I didn't play much with him, and I don't know him. I probably never played him before, so I don't cannot really say many things. Yeah, that's would be my take.
yeah, I agree. I think it's not clear, right? Like the variance plays a big role, so it could be that he just ran the best out of everyone, but maybe he's up there like with some of the best players. Tough to say. Like he's definitely not an established high stakes player yet, but I think he had some good results on like GG2K and stuff. So yeah, I think
We
time will
also need
tell.
to we also need to remember like Davy Jones literally had 50 blinds per 100 in like 6,000 hands. So everything is, and for the next 25,000 hands, he's actually losing like at a 10 blind per 100. So variance is very it's very difficult for the brain to understand, especially like I would say on this championship, for example. But there's still skills on this on this sample size. Like if you play 30,000 hands, you don't play well, you have lower chance to get this win rate. So the fact that we see these results also like Bayesianly change the probability in some way. So you can also like, have some skills, but I think we saw somewhere in the championship like over I don't know how many players, maybe 50 or 60. And the biggest loser is Linus Love. It's also show that like the variance on this format exists. Yeah, so I would
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, I mean, you can play like 40,000 hands with a 10 BB win rate and still be like a break-even player at the end of the day.
Exactly.
It could
Yeah,
happen. So
that's true.
but yeah, I mean, I literally know very little about him. Like, yeah, a bit unknown.
Yolan, later
Yeah.
Davey is gonna join the stream. Any advice on what to ask him?
Oh, Davey's gonna join. That's cool.
Yeah.
I think I would have I would already been to bed when he's coming, but any question? Can I ask him a question about the hand I played against him? Let me think about it.
By the way, Kara Juke in the chat talked about Biluzin being an MDA guy. I would think that at high stakes, MDA is not as. I need to preface with I'm not a well-studied or somebody that really understands this game, especially at high level. But I feel like at high stakes, isn't MDA supposed to be less effective in a way? What do you guys think?
I think at ice stakes, like in these specific player pools, you can still see some things that like are close to the 1K, 2K reg population. But the thing is, players are so unique and different that you're just making more money by studying them individually, just like MDAing the pool.
Yeah. Could MDA be made to be like more individual then?
Well, you can still like do MDA with archetypes, but like these are very very specific archetypes. For example, Davy is a very specific archetype, and you're just gonna make more money. Uh, um, like studying specifically against Sims and like studying a profile that looks like Davy but is not Davy, and it's just like a reg that plays 2k plus. Same for Linus. So I think it can be more useful for 1k 2k, but honestly, to have access to it at all the stakes, at low mids there's a lot of difference that needs to be learned. But like at high stakes, yeah, I mean regs still fall too much against turn delay. Has it fall too much when you bet small in free bet pot, when you bet small, but there's not like that many huge difference, I would say. Like I don't think for high stakes it makes that much of a difference. That's my opinion, and it's mostly because I think you just make more money by, instead of focusing toward the MDA, like just exactly what the player you're playing in, and also maybe focusing timing tells, even high stakes can still help sometimes. Yeah, this will be my take on that.
Okay. Better? Any thoughts?
I think it depends like what degrees of MDA are you using. Like if your game is like simply built on the stats, like I don't think you're gonna do very well. But like if you have like a really fundamentally strong game and then you use like MDA on top of that to sort of knowing like what spots to go after, you know, where do you want to like call down lights, where do you want to overbluff and stuff like that, then you can definitely take advantage of it. So it could be useful.
Yeah. Marcel says variance is a big factor, of course, but he wins 7 BB per 100 on GG2K pre-rake over the last 300k hands. That's pretty insane to me. Is 300k supposed to be that big a sample, Marcel?
I mean, is that true? Like I would like the 2K GG hasn't been there for that long. I would be surprised if anyone actually played so many hands.
Except Kevin. Then you wouldn't be surprised.
Well, the thing is, like, he's winning 7 blinds, big blind pre-reg, but the reg is 8 blind per 100, so like, even him is losing. No, I mean, it's crazy. Like, this is why I stopped playing on GG. Like,
Oh, it's
you literally
pre-reg.
play 2k and absolutely nobody wins without reg back. That's sick. Like, this is where we are at Poker Online Ice Stakes 2025.
Yolan just came to the stream today to drop some truth on us.
No, I mean, like, and that's actually great for CoinPoker because it shows that you have alternatives. But yeah, I mean, this is by far the worst site you can play on when you play stakes, and I think the decision of like closing the 5k plus games was not the best decision. I mean, I understood I don't know if I can say that. Well, I don't think I can say that, but like they were closed because of the owner had problems for this specific type of games for regulations, and they closed them. But at first, I didn't really want to close them, but it's what happened. And then they make it private and just make the 2k, but they didn't do this to make more money at first. It's just because of regulation. I don't know if I could have said that, but I think now we don't care much. Just got insights from someone working at GG.
So Yolan, you're playing some live these days too, or what's going on with you? I knew you were traveling to the US not long ago.
I don't play much. Like when I started being in the US, it was really tough for me to align the championship and my personal project and the stuff I'm doing. But no, I didn't even play live. I just like just meet new people. I also start like I have a business in a complete other industry, and I try to scale that. And I will probably play. Yeah, we're gonna make a pride game like no rake in 2 days. I'll probably play that for content. Just like a small chill game.
You mean online or live?
No, live. but no rake. Like,
Oh yeah, I saw it. Like you
seriously.
posted about it on Insta.
Yeah, actually, I posted about it.
I had Art Papazian actually on the stream, and I asked him if he was interested, and he said yes. So if you want to invite him,
Oh yeah, sure.
he's not far.
Yeah, if you have seats available, definitely. I don't think we have any seats available. Yeah, I think I will. I'll try to play on streams probably at the end of December. Yeah, but I think I'm slowly like going outside the poker world. I think I'm just like every year I'm losing motivation because there's no like no situation where you can compete like GG5K plus. And obviously there's this championship, and I think it's a very good. I'm not saying that because we on CoinPoker stream. I really think it's a good approach to that, and even for the images of coin poker, I think it makes a lot of just a lot of for it. But yeah, just since you cannot compete, I'm not interested to like just play all the year on ACR trying to have 2 blinds per 100 against Rex. It's just I started this game at 15. It's just starting to be not on my interest list anymore. I will still stay on the in the poker industry. I think there's a lot of great things to be done regarding like coaching, like live coaching, live course and stuff. But I think overall, in terms of playing, that's probably the last year I'm like playing out at least decently. I would say, yeah.
Peter, do you have any thoughts on this? Like, do you ever feel the similar way?
Yeah, I would say since the Nosebeats games ended, like it's definitely like the motivation to grind is not there as much as it used to. I mean, I still enjoy playing and like studying the game and everything, but yeah, I'm trying to like pick a spots because there are still like opportunities that come to play some bigger games and make some nice money. But yeah, I would say overall, I'm definitely taking things easier these days and trying to focus on things outside of poker as well.
How about trying to play some live then as well?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go to do WSUP in Vegas last year. That's my plan. So
But
maybe
honestly,
grind that.
Yuan, like, oh, sorry, good.
Yeah, just I'm gonna grind for a few weeks there, but I don't particularly enjoy live game either that much.
Yeah, and also honestly, Yuan, I don't want to look like the depressed guy, but like even for live games, like finding a high stakes live games that you can grind, it's very difficult. Like, except Commerce Los Angeles, which at some part of the year is soft because reg is small and there are like a lot of VIPs, even if like regs play decently. But apart from this place and like very few other places in the US, there's not many good live grind plays. There is like Taiwan that is actually okay. Cambodia is also okay sometimes, way more reggy. Philippines also sometimes, but I just feel like even live poker is changing a lot. And if you want to find like a 25-50 plus that you can play consistently, I do believe it's close to impossible, except if it's a private spot. But I mean, we all know about private spots that very often it's not a good idea.
Yeah, I think Macau is one of the options for like high stakes players, but like the idea that you have to grind like insanely long sessions, and yeah, that's definitely not too exciting.
I did Macau. It was a great experience, and it went well for me. But overall, like it's not a good place to either grind or even leave. Like I respect regs that live there a lot because there is absolutely nothing to do. Like there is nothing to do. So obviously you can play poker and there is good places, but the cities feel so empty that if you start coming in Macau and you have no friends, no connection and stuff, it's actually difficult. And I kind of struggle with like loneliness when I was there. And but fortunately I was winning, so it obviously makes things better. But yeah, overall, I didn't like the experience, and also like even games in Macau right now, it's clearly not the same as before. So I kind of feel like it's decreasing a little bit everywhere.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Except on CoinPoker. I'm kidding. I want to do the, Duke Pokemon. I want to do the
Yeah, yeah.
running gag when the running gag with WPT called Doug.
Yeah, no.
It's actually he's very good at like this type of communication. It's actually the best way to like promote his stuff. Just the running gag of like promoting the same thing over and over. I think CoinPoker should have it.
Who was it that you had? You mentioned when you went to Macau, you had a hand pretty quickly. Was it Enlight, Zaz?
What did I say?
You told about like you. I think you said maybe you had just gotten to Macau and then you played this one big hand with Zaz.
Oh yeah, that was a funny hand. So he just started the table. I know who he is. He knows where I am. The board is like I don't wait. What was the end? Yeah, I remember the end. So the hand was um 10 10 10 10 free. I free bet like UTG1 against UTG, and I have flush. I have flush draw on 10 10 10 10 10 10 4 whatever. Have ace 5. I see bets. He calls. Turn is it's like a blank, like a 7 or something. Because check. River is a 10. He blocked like 10%, and I just raised like super big, like 20x, 30x, whatever. I just jump, and funny enough, like he actually called with like pockets 7 or something, like just a pocket pair. And this thing was funny because I felt like I could clearly no, he called with the flush and the hot. I don't remember well the end. But basically, it was a spot where like he called very light in a spot where I could bluff better hands. Found the hand funny, and everybody saw I was bluffing. After I stopped bluffing for a month, and it went well. But when I was in Macau, it was not even that great. And also there is not that many VIP when you want to play stakes, so you kind of have to wait long hours and stuff. Definitely, the best live experience I ever had is Commerce. Obviously, I don't like the place. Like in general, like it's very far from everything and stuff. Not very safe. But the place to play poker in terms of like quality of service and like game availabilities is clearly one of the best spots for sure.
Where is it?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the game you played in Macau, that was the biggest game there is there?
Yeah.
I heard that game often as like, or in the past, has had like Iimitlesss, Linus, and like all the sickos,
Yeah.
like James Shen.
No, I don't think Linus played there. I really don't think so.
I believe
Iimitlesss-
he has in the past for sure. At some point.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, no, it was a long time ago, I believe. Then, or maybe he played some Pride games. That's actually possible. I think he played Pride game. There are some like very sick Pride games. Obviously, I cannot say name and stuff, but I know someone that played like very high, like more than like $1 million on the table, which I consider quite high. Dollars, not HKD. But also, the games there is it's you have Iimitlesss. Funny enough, there was Stefan Burakov that played the game, and when I was there, everybody was talking about one hand. I cannot remember exactly, but it's basically a four-way pot on ace, ace, 10, 10, 5 or something, and Stefan like 5 bet the river, got 6 bet jam and fold. This hand is pretty known. If you get someone on the stream that play this game, he will know this hand. It's like a legendary hand from
So you
Stefan.
tried to make a move at the wrong time.
Yeah, like insane spot, like 3-way or 4-way, and he like the ball is like ace, 10, 10, deuce, like at some point, while the guy
So
obviously
what
has an
was
ace.
the assumption then? Like that he tried to make a move, or that he had an ace and folded?
No, he didn't have an ace.
Okay.
No, he was like trying to do something.
Yeah.
But he didn't have an ace. Like he bets, he think he didn't have an ace, he raised, then the other guy re-raised. Still not believing him. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's there I met Victor, really nice guy. I met also there is a lot of nice guys. A lot of people I will probably not talk to much in the next years, but I made some good. I met some good people. There's also some very. How can I say tolerate in English? What's the word? Just not very good people also. I remember a hand. I can share it now. It's a long time. So basically, there are some games where you cannot leave more than 2 orbits, and we were drawing for who is going to get the breakfast at the table usually, and we just randomize. Sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. I lost this time, so I had to go to take the breakfast for everybody. But remember, I cannot miss 2 big blinds, okay? And what happened is there was like few regs at the table that tried and asked for speed it up so I can just get kicked out of the table. Very fortunately, one reg of the table called me. This was really nice. And I get in time, but like, yeah, it was like people try to like, you know, like eject me from the table. I found that so like unprofessional, you know. I mean, yeah, whatever.
Well, it's their edge, right? If they think like a weaker player
Yeah, but
is
like
gonna
this
join.
is such it's just like such a bad behavior. Like, I feel it's just like at least tell me, you know, that my blinds. Very fortunately, again, I got a call. Like I just came early, but yeah, a lot of people don't have a really good mentality over there.
Yeah.
But there are some
Against-
very very good players. It's definitely probably the toughest live game public in the world by far.
Do we have some hands to analyze, Ivan?
Yeah. Let's pay attention to this one here. I haven't seen like the most like big all-ins or anything. Whenever I've looked, if you see anyone that you want to bring up, just let me know, and then I can easily find it. Usually, I try to look more for big pots, but if you see like a medium-sized one that
All right.
looks interesting.
Do you know when Davy's gonna come? By the way.
Yeah, in like let me see. In around like 2 hours and 20 minutes ish.
Definitely go to sleep. This game is so tough. I had a nice sleep schedule and like I said it well. I had to play it. I played for like 5 hours, and now it's 5 a.m. I'm gonna wake up at 12.
It's not that bad.
It's-
I think like when you start waking up at 1, 2 p.m., that's when it gets bad. But I
No,
think
I mean
12
it's
is
okay,
still.
but like I usually wake up at 8, and I just have my schedule sleep that's completely. I mean you're used to that because you stream and like you're
Yeah.
playing super long time, like long hours video games. But I still think the game is very difficult to have a proper schedule because it's so difficult to have the discipline of saying, okay, I'm gonna stop at like 9 p.m. because sometimes at 9 there's a massive whale and you need to stay. So like it's tough to like do that, I would say.
By the way, there is some new players sitting. I don't know what's going on, but Mr. Monaco and the Mama, I've never seen those two. They literally just both sat, one table each. And down there, we have Next Gen without the auto reloads also sat. I do think I've seen him before. Let me see.
Oh.
Yeah, so he played 231 hands so far and lost 6K, so less than a buy-in. Just returned there.
Yeah, it seems like some recreationals showing out on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible.
Freaky
Great
Friday.
to see.
That's right. Yeah.
And-
Okay, I will let you guys finish the stream. Actually, I'm gonna sleep. I'm super tired. Have a good stream and see you soon, Jan. See you soon, Peter.
See ya.
Yeah, thank you for being
Bye,
on.
guys.
See you later. Have a good night.
I think there was some interesting hand between Davey and Munez on the show table.
Okay.
Can maybe check that one.
How many hands ago?
A few hands ago.
Okay, I found it. Maybe let's watch this one on the left real quick, and then I'll bring it up. And this next gen player, he sat, and then a couple hands later, he's already been gutted. 5.8k left of his 10k.
It's unfortunate.
It goes quick in those games, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Wait, one of them already left here on the left.
Yeah, I feel like some people just want to have the experience, you know?
Yeah.
They just want to tell their friends they participated.
They want to appear on the leaderboard like Weston did that. He just sat, paid the blinds, folded everything for an orbit. And then he was like, well, I'm doing better than all these guys at the bottom of the leaderboard. Davey fires 40% on the river versus Linus. Yeah, it's big blind against cutoff. All those little cards here, 5, 6, 4. Feels like it's all him.
Yeah, I think at this point he can probably bet any pair for the size, probably.
Yeah, and he had a 4.
Yeah.
All right, let me bring up the hand that you were referring to. So this is a Munez open from the button. Davey 3-bets the small blinds. And we see a 4-bet from Munez to 24.75. How deep are we? We are 100 big blinds deep. Is this a bit on the bigger end, or I guess it's not like crazy big or anything, but I would have expected, 23, 22 and a half.
No, this is good. This is good.
So he flops a gutter ball with king queen off, fires quarter. By the way, do you feel like this type of hand is like what players when, let's say we're playing like low to micro low stakes, this is a good spot to study, because personally, if I have king queen here, I know I have a gut shot and 2 overs, but I still feel like I don't like this flop, because like any jack or like 10s, 9s is gonna call me, so I just like wouldn't really know how to proceed, whether to bet or check on the flop.
Yeah, if I get to play small stakes, I think I would just sort of range bet most boards and don't think about it too much.
Okay, but then from the turn is where it would get trickier, I guess.
Yeah, you have to play some turns.
So he gets called, 7 of hearts on the turn. We get check, check, and then on the 8 of diamonds river, Davey checks, and Munez checks back. And king queen is going to lose to pocket 5s. As played, king queen can take more aggressive lines on the later streets.
Yeah, I think so. I'm also surprised that Davey just showed down the 5s. Like on this run out, he doesn't have many weaker hands in the range, right? Like there is like a king queen that you also check raise or just check shove sometimes on the flop, especially if you have a heart.
So you would have expected like a block, you mean, on the river?
Yeah, block or shove. Feels like a hand that you can probably turn into a bluff at this point.
Okay.
But I'm not completely sure. Like maybe Davey knows better.
Or maybe is there a chance he he checked with the idea of check calling?
That's a chance for sure. But yeah, judging by seeing Munez gave up king queen, probably wouldn't work out great.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, interesting hand. Yeah, I think there was or to straight and a flush on the board, runouts are difficult to play typically.
Yeah, with more marginal holdings in particular.
Yeah, I think Muniz was just thinking that like he doesn't have many hands he can value bet at this point, so he has to be like pretty careful when it comes to bluffing.
Yeah. What do we have here? Muniz with the squeeze. Fish zone, by the way, 24,000. Stack, something happened there. He's been winning some hands for sure. Oh yeah, he made the full house previous. Then won the 12K pots. Linus has to ship this. Replay it. So it's a squeeze, and Linus came back over the top. Mamma mia. Nobody wanted to smoke.
Yeah.
Good spot to wake up with it, I guess.
For sure.
Although it is bittersweet. Like if you really have like, you know, kings, aces, queens, like you're probably hoping more so for a call there or a jam.
Yeah, if you have queens and you get jam on, you are definitely not thrilled about it.
Yeah.
I think kings are just good enough. But yeah.
Next gen. He opens jam. 36 big blinds on the button. They've pushed him around enough.
Yeah, time to spin it up.
Not two in a row. I asked on Bena's Discord about like if people have advice for questions or Davian when you will come on. And somebody just said favorite book, film, and activity outside of poker. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think he was like on the podcast, he was mentioning his hobbies, which I cannot recall, but I think he said he has like a period of time where he just doesn't play poker at all.
Yeah.
Sort of to like refresh, I guess.
Detox maybe, or not so much more. Yeah. I guess detox is different than refresh in a way.
Yeah, I guess detox is more like a dietary thing, right? But I think for him it's more like a not playing poker for some time, and yeah, then I guess come back excited again.
I think a detox would probably mean more like completely stay away from. So like not only not play, but also like not watch or like think about or anything.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure if he takes it that far, but yeah. I think he's like he's Spanish, I think, and they have that chill mentality, you know, enjoy life, not just work 24/7.
For sure. What was the Czech mentality?
I probably do the opposite.
Yeah, whatever works, you know. Everybody's different.
You just do whatever you have to survive. I think you need a rich country, you know, to chill a bit.
Wait, Spain known to be like somewhat of a rich country?
I believe so. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not rich, but I don't think they're like struggling.
Yeah. What's been some of your favorite places then that you've traveled to, either as like a tourist or even like for poker?
I mean, I've been to Vegas last year. That was fun.
Any? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't traveled a ton. Like I've been to Greece. I think that was pretty nice.
Where in Greece?
I was on Rhodos Island.
Okay.
I'm actually. I mean, you live in Vienna, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of friends there, so I sometimes go visit and hang out. I really like the city.
Yeah, Vienna's pretty sick. Right now it's very cold though.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if you've been to Prague. Like it's kind of same like architecture and the style.
Yeah, I've been to Prague. Yeah, it's very pretty too.
Yeah, I
You,
enjoyed it.
you said you went to Vegas. You did any particular fun activities there or anything special?
No, I mean there was a lot of talk about like shooting guns and driving some sport cars and stuff, but like nothing happened.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You've never
I mean
been.
we've been like
You haven't been to
like
the shooting range.
yeah. There's something on my to-do list, so perhaps next year. I'd like
Yeah,
to
it's
shoot
sick.
some guns.
Those ones in Vegas, they have everything. I think you can even drive a tank and like crush a car. They have like a
I'm
package
sure.
for it.
I'm
You
sure.
know, if you're into that.
Yeah. I've been going to some pool hall. That's what I really enjoy, the atmosphere of like, it's like a bar with a ton of pool tables.
Yeah.
That's very American thing to do. And
There's like
yeah,
hustlers. Yeah, they like try to play you for $100.
no, I just went like with my poker friends. So we play some pool and yeah, I basically spend like more time playing pool than poker at the end.
Yeah. The future career, maybe.
Maybe.
And Chris N says, Peter, GG Poker Legends plays like 40k NL every day. Can I ask Peter who he thinks the roughest regs on GG high stakes are? And then he corrected toughest. Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to king shame, but yeah, that was interesting typo. So toughest
I
regs?
used to play 40k every day, not anymore. It's like the games are not there anymore, but I mean some of the toughest, like obviously Linus, like he was the end boss, open sitting the tables, and then whenever the action ran, then he was there. Yeah, I think all the known customers like Kevin, Duty, some of those Estonians I mentioned earlier, they were definitely tough to play against.
And I believe we lost Next Gen, who unfortunately he called it 3-bet with a 10-7 suited, kind of flopped the world, but got nothing on the runouts. And Davey won all of it on the both runouts. Any good restaurants in Vegas you went to?
I have such a bad memory for the names.
So nothing that memorable then. One of the Gordon Ramsay restaurant, nothing like that?
No, nothing like that. It was like, maybe it's like Venetian or something like that. I had a good steak there.
Okay.
Yeah. Obviously, then we flipped for a bill and I paid.
How much was it?
It was like 1,800 for like a 3 people.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, there was actually, on my last day in Vegas, we went to a Japanese restaurant. I think it was called Zuma.
Okay.
And we had a sushi there. That was great. Yeah.
Probably also a big bill for this, right?
Oh yeah.
Who won the flip? Or who lost the flip, rather?
I mean, me again, but it was the bill was so big that we had to like split it between multiple people.
Yeah.
But I was one of the guys that paid. Yeah. I think we paid like a 5K or something like
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Yeah, but it was like, yeah, it was one of the best meals that I ever had.
Oh, it's in the Cosmo?
Yes.
Dude, when I see some prices, like of these restaurants in Vegas. I'm like, who can pay for this? But I guess like, yeah, high stakes poker players. Like there's a bunch of rich people as well that go to Vegas.
I had a good trip, so I could spare some cash.
Wait, Zuma is omakase?
What does it mean, omakase?
I think it's like what is it called? A tasting menu or something like this, isn't it? Like where you get like multiple dishes. Like you don't really order a la carte, right?
No. You have to order it.
Oh, okay.
They would just bring it to your table. No, it wasn't. It wasn't that.
Yeah, Vegas has a lot of good food, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Multi-way action here. Looks like a 3-bet pot. Linus, Fish Zone, and Munez all in it. And actually, wait, who would have 3-bet then? I don't know if the mama was in the hands, but because I don't think anybody called the 3-bets. I guess we'll
It's a
watch
weird
after.
spot size.
Yeah. Fish Zone continued on the flop, or like bet rather, and then now we head to a 9 of hearts, so it's King, Queen, 10, 9. Action on Munez. He's gonna lead out. Fish Zone sat there with 2 pairs, just feeling sick. He's like, how does this guy always get there? He's gonna make the fold, and we will never know. Rest in pieces. I can replay it. Okay, so wait. It was the 3-bet. No, there was a call. Wow. Oh, wait. I wasn't showing it. Sorry. So Linus opens under the gun. Fish Zone flats cut. 3-bets cut off. And Munez actually cold calls. So that was when I started studying pre-flop. That was one of the first thing I noticed is that like theory doesn't really have cold call. I mean, obviously it's no limit 10K, no rec. Maybe it's different, but in lower stakes at least, it doesn't have cold calls. So you just like you would call 4-bets. So do you think that's the thing, or is it because then there's a recreational involved?
Yeah, it's with recreationals. Without recreationals, you don't call 3-bets. I mean, you can do that, but nobody does it. Yeah, it's like.
And also, we're deeper than 100 bigs here, right? Like Linus being the shortest stack out of all three, he has 137 bigs.
Yeah.
What's some hands you can think of that would want to do this? Like, let's say like 8s, pocket 8s, 9s.
To call the 3-bet?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually, when you have deep, like the incentive to call pre-flop is actually bigger. Because if you had like jacks or queens, like it's like you can call 4-bet, but then you face a 5-bet and you are in a terrible situation. So I think those hands like queens, jacks, 10s, like ace queen suited. I think those hands make sense to call sometimes.
So now specifically, given that we had a king, queen, 10 flop and he check called half pots and then led on the 9, is it safe to say that the likelihood of he had a jack is very real? Could he have jacks here, I guess?
Yeah, he could have jacks, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, with the range that I mentioned, like this is such a great board for him. Makes sense.
Yeah. Kuhaku1 in the chat said, guys, where can I see the leaderboards? PokerStrategy.com/news is where you can find all the news surrounding the challenge, and you'll get, if you open any of the ones about the challenge here, the Cash Game World Championship, you'll get a link that sends you directly to the leaderboards. So that's PokerStrategy.com/news. Like for example,
Yeah, I'm very curious. Like, what's the plan for Kevin? Like, is he planning to grind it out or not?
Should I send him a message? Ask him what's the plan?
Yeah, you can.
Let's see, where is he?
Because I really believe that if he's not gonna play, then Biluzin just gonna, sit it out and win.
Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like that. Yeah, we need Davey to get some sick upswing.
Yeah, it would be kind of an anticlimactic finish. Yeah, it seems like even Prodigy kind of realized that maybe he doesn't have a chance to win anymore.
Well, he
Because
does
I
have a
have-
chance, right? It's a chance.
I mean, not a realistic chance anyway.
Hey, we need a hell of 3 days, that's for sure.
I don't know, maybe he grinded earlier, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Like, he would need to do well, and ideally for Biluzin to also go down. That's if he actually plays. But I think if Kevin starts playing, and I do hope he will, it kind of puts pressure on Biluzin, especially like, I guess he would have to track how Kevin's doing, and then if Kevin passes him, then suddenly he starts playing as well.
Yeah. And when Kevin plays, like the stakes are flying, swings are big, so yeah. To buy in a cushion is nothing significant.
Owen grinded early this morning. Somebody says in the chat.
But I think a few days ago, like when he was like still in contention, I think he put in some sick grinding days. I think he was like playing at least 12 hours or something.
Yeah.
But it makes sense. Like he didn't have like any insane day, so yeah.
There is a 4th table running now. Unfortunately, it's not a show table. I'll open it in case there is some interesting showdown. And there is a lot of these guys on it. Next Gen is actually trying his luck there with a full bind, and Mr. Monaco as well. Playing more than one table, so maybe Mr. Monaco is a reg?
Could be.
Are you gonna grind today?
Not sure.
You just freestyle it depending how you feel?
Yeah. Depending how I feel, depending if I have any other action,
Yeah.
Like sometimes I open the lobby and there is like 4 tables running, but it's all full and there are like multiple people on the waiting list. So I was like,
Yeah.
what's the point?
Do you ever sit a day out, like if you don't feel like, so well, like let's say you don't sleep great and you feel tired, do you ever say like, okay, like today I'm just gonna chill and not play?
Yeah, I'm trying to like listen to my body a lot, and
Yeah.
And if I feel super tired, I just don't play it at all. If I feel a little tired, then I maybe play some like lower games, for example, where I don't have to be like 100% to win.
How much sleep, like how do you manage sleep? How much do you try to get, and like do you keep like a good routine?
Yeah, I have a good routine for the most part. I usually go to bed around like 1 a.m. and wake up at around 9. So like trying to get roughly 8 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
I think like for me it's super important. Like when I get like 6 hours, I can already feel it.
Yeah, for sure. I think almost everybody feels it when they get 6 hours. It's pretty terrible.
I mean, there are some sickos out there who can get like 4 hours and be super fresh, but it's rare.
And so
maybe Kevin is one of them, right?
Yeah, for sure. But when you go to bed, do you set an alarm on when to wake up, or like how do you manage that exactly? Or you just wake up whenever?
I mean, depends. Like if I have something scheduled, then I take an alarm. But even without alarm, I'm usually waking up around the same time.
Okay, so it means like your routine and schedule is like really built in the circadian rhythm. You never try to like invest more into that, like trying to really figure out, how well you're sleeping for exactly how long?
You mean like track sleeping and stuff like that?
Yeah, there is like a lot of different things. There's like the wrist thing, there's like a ring, and there's even like an app that you can, like it listens to you with the microphone in the night, and it tracks like how much deep sleep you got, like how many times, you coughed or like snored and stuff.
Yeah, I definitely thought about it, but I feel like it puts extra pressure on you. And I feel like whenever you wake up and you actually like look at the data, let's say, and you see that your sleep wasn't as great as you would like to, I think it can actually negatively affect your day.
Really?
Just
okay.
by like, yeah, I feel like it's like a placebo effect, Like if you wake up and someone tells you like you had a fantastic deep sleep, I feel like your day is gonna be better than someone tells you you had a shit sleep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm like slightly afraid that if I like just gonna look at the data all the time, like it's gonna mess with my head a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know why I struggle so much with sleep. I feel at times I'm like a light sleeper.
Yeah, I think if you struggle with sleep, like having the routine is probably quite important.
Yeah.
Because your body kind of gets used to, right? Like it knows when you wake up and it knows where, at what time you go to sleep, and then you can naturally get tired and stuff like that. Well, if your schedule is a bit all over the place, then your body is like completely confused.
I don't know. I feel like even when I have like a good schedule for a while, all it takes is like 1 or 2 bad days of sleep, and then suddenly it's like it's flipped upside down. That happens far too much.
Yeah. I also have a tendency to like go to bed, a little bit later every day. I think that's very common.
Yeah.
So from time to time, like you really have to reset and just like, do the alarm clock for a certain time.
And then like you have a mediocre day hanging in there.
Yeah. By the way, I will have to leave you in like 10 minutes.
Okay. No worries. I do have some guests planned for later. It's going to be interesting, including Davey. Finally, we get to hear from him.
Are you going to be like streaming till Davey joins?
Yeah, I think so. I will try and see if somebody else wants to join. I had talked to someone, but he hasn't added me yet on Discord.
Yeah, it seems like the action is not slowing down, which is nice.
Yeah. I mean, I expect it's more likely it will increase, but yeah, I guess sometimes you never really know. If like 1 or 2 players stop, then suddenly we're short-handed and not everybody wants to play in that setup.
Yeah. I would say with some like unknown players in the pool, it's likelihood the games will run are higher.
Yeah. Actually, I don't see waiting lists right now. It's interesting. What is happening here? Duty and Mr. Monaco. Looks like 4 bets. And Duty is going to continue for quarter, as one would expect. Mr. Monaco calls. Do you think he called a little fast, or it doesn't really matter?
Sorry, say again?
Do you think Mr. Monaco called a little fast against the C-bets?
I haven't noticed.
Okay.
But if he did, like, it would signal that he's maybe not a pro. And people usually like to take some time trying to stay a bit balanced.
Yeah. Duty continues on the turn, and we will never know. No show table.
Yeah.
4-bet here, Linus versus Munez, button versus small blinds. Jack 7-6.
It's a reasonably good board for the imposition player. I expect a range bet.
So, ooh, he goes not quarter, bigger than quarter. Looks like 30%-ish. We see a call from Munez, 9 of diamonds on the turn. If you're Munez and you have like 10s, 8s here, you just kind of like have to continue? Or not necessarily?
I mean, it depends on the size. Like if Linus jams, you're gonna be in a bit of a trouble with those hands, but probably just call.
Yeah.
I feel like the 9 is like particularly good card for Munez because he's gonna have like pocket 9s with like almost full frequency here. And all of these other like purpose draws gain a lot of equity, so I would imagine like there could be some donking going on. Not sure if Munez does it, but in the GTO solution at least.
And Munez did what I call the Hollywood check on the river. In low stakes, when people do this, they want to check back. Took a very long time, then he checked.
Yeah.
And Linus giving up on the river. I mean, would Munez even have called this? Very interesting question to ask, I feel like.
I mean, it's funny. Like it seems like the exact hand that Munez played as in position. And he also gave up King Queen.
So 3-bet to 11, 4-bet to 2350. And he calls 30%. Turn goes check, check. If there would have been, like, let's say, a quarter size on the turn by Linus or a third pot size, then would Munez just call or would he jam?
I would say there is a lot of incentive to just jam it in.
Yeah.
A lot of bad rivers. There is also a chance that Linus just gonna shake behind the river.
Yeah.
With some like, it's with a jagex or something like that.
Yeah, as someone, I always think about pairs first. And actually, so Wacko yesterday on the stream kind of mentioned that too. It's like, yeah, in those spots, like always kind of like prioritize thinking about pairs. So here, once there's the 4-bets, I mean, to be honest, I don't really know no limit 10K, no reg, but I guess like 6s and 7s can 3-bet small blind against button, but it's probably like not a full frequency thing. But yeah, I immediately think of like all the sets that Munez can have here. Whereas like, for example, Linus, I'm guessing he calls 7s and 6s, but maybe 4-bets jacks and maybe not even full frequency. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah, so Munez can have like a lot of the sets here and he can have a lot of the straight draws with like, or backdoor straight draws rather, with like 8s, 9s and all that. So these were the hands I was thinking of. Of course, like now, he had 9s and like it looks like I kind of know, but what I'm trying to say is like, I don't really think maybe enough about like all the hands like ace queen suited, king queen suited, ace jack suited that Munez could have also when he 3-bets then calls the 4-bet, right?
Yeah, I mean you cannot only focus on the pocket pairs, right?
Yeah.
There is all sorts of hand types. And like yeah, maybe you have an advantage when it comes to sets, but Linus has all like queens plus, let's say. Which you don't. So But yeah, I think donking the turn seems like a very reasonable option to me.
For how much then?
For how much?
Yeah, if he was gonna donk the turn, then
Yeah, something like 1 for pot.
okay.
Yeah, so sort of like I mean, people usually use like a geometrical sizing over 2 streets.
Yeah.
In these spots.
Yeah, as played, this is about the worst river you could imagine here. Putting a 4-liner and a flush on there, and it just goes check.
Yeah. I mean, I think I would bet if I'm in Munez's shoes, like at least a block bet.
Well, like 1.8 or something.
Something like that, yeah. I mean, obviously there is a lot of going on, and maybe he thinks like Linus will overbluff and stuff like that, you know? Like all those things you have to consider when you're deciding what to do. I would say standard would be to bet small.
Okay, you two in the chat asks, does Munez have any 10-8 suited, Jack-9 suited?
I think those hands don't really call for bet.
It seems a little loosey-goosey for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can 3-bet those hands from small blind, but then you just fold a 4-bet, I believe.
What about 10-9 suited?
Yeah, you can have that.
Mr. Monaco building a bit of a stack here. In a hand with Fish Zone, who's gonna scoop with a 7. And Fish Zone up to 30k here. I think he was losing earlier, so maybe he's back in the green or break even.
Yeah, I'm always rooting for the recreationals.
Except against you.
Exactly. All right. I think I'm gonna head out.
Hey, thank you for being on again, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was fun.
You're welcome back anytime if you want during those last 3 days. And yeah, thanks again. We'll see. We'll talk to you later. And if you have any shout outs or final things you want to say, now is the time.
Yeah, there's no shout outs. Talk to you later. See ya.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Shout out to Petter for joining us. That was the second time, I believe, this challenge, hanging out. Much love, sir. Much love. Appreciate you. So current next scheduled guest is Davey, but that's in a while. Over an hour, I believe. So let me see if maybe I can find someone to hang out until then. Okay, I'll be right back a few minutes. All right, back. Jozo says, did I hear Davies coming on? You heard right. Yes, you did. He is. Not for a little bit longer, though. We're going to have to wait. Okay, and Doblu reached out, and he's going to be joining us as well in a bit, so nice. So multiple guests incoming. Tomorrow we'll have Exploitable, another Brazilian player, and then on Sunday, I mean, I'm hoping we get to hear from Kevin again. Biluzin, likely, especially if he wins. Maybe Prodigy will hop in. At the end of the previous Cash Game World Championship, we had on the last day after we knew the winner, we had a huge call with a lot of the players that were in it, and it was very chill. Like all players kind of talking about their experience. We had Kevin on for the first time. I think it's like a great note to wrap up the challenge on. So I feel like if we did the same this time, I'd be pretty happy with that. When does the challenge end? It ends Sunday night. So not quite midnight CET, midnight UK time, which is 1 a.m. Central European time on Sunday. So that would be, let me think. So for Brazil, for example, it's 4 hours behind. That would be 9 p.m. Sunday, 9 p.m. Brazil time. Time in Brasilia. What are the thoughts of Peter on Stefan? Peter went already. He was with us for 2 whole hours. Is this table just a heads up between Linus and Muniz? Well, apparently not, because Davies won some monies, but pocket kings here. Will gets Muniz some extra chips. Single raise spot, queen 10 deuce. You get check raised, he calls. Linus checks turn, Muniz is the one barreling. For 30% call. Then on the river, and Muniz checks back. The open ender of Linus, no bueno. Would have been brutal if a king showed up. It was nice that we got a little cameo from Yolan, by the way, earlier. And if you guys have missed any of the challenge, I recommend going back and watching the VODs, especially the last 3-4 days. I added basically in the comments under the VOD, I added timestamps. So you guys very easily can find some good moments from the streams and then see what was said. Without spending, necessarily 4 hours browsing through the VOD or listening to the whole thing. I mean, if you want to do that, that's also obviously cool. I do think there was a lot of great content in general. Yeah, there were some great moments. On day 22, we had a huge call with Art Papazian, Ben Abadbit, and then kind of like just breaking down hands together. Davey on today, yes. Yes. I think in about an hour and a half. Johan, please don't have 5 guys on while Dave is on. Yeah, right now the plan is to just have him. And then if there is somebody else, maybe I'll ask them to talk minimally. Yeah, I've been I've been very chill with, you know, kind of letting everybody do their own thing. But I do agree that's, you know, if we're only gonna get Davey on just the one time, then obviously he's the one we want to hear from the most. Maybe I should stay silent, ask questions in the chat, and let him speak. Here we go. The heads up continues here. Actually, wait, there's 2 hands here. Mr. Monaco and Duty on the other side. And we still don't know who Mr. Monaco is. If you guys have suggestions on things to ask to Davey when he will be on, let me know. Oh yeah, there's the VIP game as well on Sunday, I guess. But yeah, usually here we focus mostly on the challenge. Yeah, I'm not sure what time to go live at on Sunday. I guess it finishes at 1 a.m., so maybe it might be good to do a super long stream, but then I probably shouldn't start at like noon or 1 p.m., maybe more so like 3, 4 p.m. Linus had a straight, and he wins another one. Oh, he limp raised. Limp raise, flop, a gutter, ball, bets half, ace on the turn. He continues. Small this time. He gets called again. Sweet relief on the river, gets the straight, which is actually the nuts here. And he sends it. Munez finds the fold. That sucks. You get there. I mean, obviously you win the pot. That's cool. But you get there and then villain just folds. Don't even get to make more money. When is he joining? In about, I think in about an hour and a half or so. Let me see. I don't think it's that precise, by the way. I think obviously he'll join whenever he wants. Oh, he got to high stakes, got a private coach, or joined CFP or all alone. Okay, well, I'm writing down a lot of those questions. That was kind of in the scope of what I was going to ask. Oh wow, Munez got back to me, guys. And he's down to come on tomorrow evening. Sick. That's amazing news. Yeah, because we haven't had him on yet in the previous Cash Game World Championship. So that would be the first time. Simplifications and heuristics is right through no limit 500 zoom. Best regs that never made it to high stakes. Okay. I took a lot of notes from these. I think I maybe need to like kind of like reorganize them, because some of them like they're kind of like the same questions, so I don't end up kind of like re-asking the same thing multiple times. It's good to be over-prepared than under-prepared, I would say. Don't have to just freestyle everything. And yeah, decently likely Do Blue joins soon as well. I think it may be delayed, by the way, when David joins, because like he's in a lot of games right now, so he might opt to play more. So we'll see. Obviously, if the tables break, then he might join any moment. But if the games are going, and obviously he's still competing for the challenge, might be delayed. It's not like a time that we set and we stick to necessarily. We're very easy. I told him the priority is, for him to compete in the challenge, and we respect it completely. How important is for a high stakes reg to reg battle, not just try to find the toughest games? Okay, that's also a decent question. Pretty good. I'll write it down. Then it says Davey must activate 50 BB per 100 mode again, bang out 4K hands last 2 days. Easy 200K in a watch. Yeah, I don't know if this comes on demand, I think you can just activate it. But looking at the leaderboard, it's mostly about Biluzin and Kevin far away out front. And they both stop playing. A little bit anticlimactic if Kevin doesn't play again. Yeah, we do hope some of those guys can have some late rally. Even Iimitlesss, he's like not crazy behind or anything. Like we saw him in the mix earlier. Pocket Kings for Munez is going to win this one. Four bets, 24.50. Ace high board, checks back. And they just checked it down. King Jack suited, no good. So much for blockers, eh? I'm kind of rearranging the questions right now. I don't know who Davies says is tough to play against. I'm sure it'll be the same names like Linus, Kevin, etc. But still interested in what he might say. I can tell you guys what I have so far. So some of the questions that were suggested was how he got to high stakes. Did he get a private coach or join the CFP or did it on his own? What was his rise through No Limit 500 Zoom? Some simplifications and heuristics. The best regs that never made it to high stakes. And more specifically, who is the best player that's not playing in this challenge? Favorite book / films and activity outside of poker? Then the top 3 to 5 power ranking toughest to play against. That's kind of already asked. Maybe I should put it earlier with the other, because it's similar to some of the other questions. Yeah, I'll put it earlier. And then how important is for a high stakes reg to reg battle and not just try to find the softest games? How do you handle these big dollar swings? Yeah, can ask this. Okay, so I have a whole bunch of questions. Okay, I will add some notes. Simplifications and heuristics to share. And how did you study when coming up? Advice for a mistake player. You mean mid stakes, right? To get to high stakes question to Davey. Yeah, I think that will be kind of like in the question I just mentioned. So yeah, I'll add advice for low to mid stakes players to succeed in poker. Johan, is the poker dream alive? You seem to be very fond of this question, and boss, you tell me. Is the poker dream alive, and boss? You answer it. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing this nits pure. And it seems like the action is massively slowing down here, by the way. Some players left. Maybe it's time for the afternoon lunch break. That would be a late lunch, to be honest. We're bordering on like dinner territory right now. So it seems like we have 2 tables left. Those 2 down there. With next gen in the mix. Well, actually, on the left side, it's heads up, so this might break as well. And Xiao Jun is just 1 tabling from what I can see. Am I missing some tables? No, it's just that they're sitting out. Interesting. Some players came and went. Next gen opening 3x, by the way. We saw that earlier. What's going on, Munez? Are we thinking about doing something here? Oh, just folding. So neither of the tables that are left are show table, by the way. Not very spectator friendly for us. I think at this point we're more of a Davy waiting room than anything. So if the games end sometime soon, you know, we don't see it as something bad because we get to talk to the man himself. Yo.
Yo, what's up?
How's it going, sir? Were you playing?
Going good as also. Yeah, I'm playing.
Well, you're playing right now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like everything is super dead. So I'm essentially just bored. So I'm just gonna sit out.
You mean the games are not really going, or?
Yeah, it's very dead.
How come? It's Friday, man.
And I already played. I played like 1K hands today or something, and I'm out money. So why not just quit? Have a happy Friday.
That's the way, man. Any partying going on or what?
No, I'm in a stage right now where I just want to do nothing but, you know, be at home, you know, in my new apartment and just, you know, take everything very slowly. I'm probably not drinking before New Year's evening.
And then we're gonna go crazy, yeah?
I don't know. I'm actually gonna be having New Year's Eve in my new apartment with my friends. We're gonna be nine people.
But not going out at all, or?
We are going out, but it's gonna be very late.
Yeah. Would it be a dangerous endeavor to ask for the time during that night, or?
Yeah, it would be very dangerous. I cannot say that that's not gonna happen.
Oh my god!
Someone is gonna have a pleasant experience in the bathroom.
Last time, Prodigy told a story to someone that didn't know it. So sick.
Did he tell this story?
Yeah.
And what did he say about it? Who was it?
I don't remember, but he told the truth. He told how it goes, you know, on those night outs.
Yeah, it can happen. I did tell my friend about that. We talked about it on stream, and he found it insanely funny. Like, he was laughing.
I'm not surprised. You know? Oh my god!
So when is Davey coming on?
Supposedly, I think it was going to be like in around an hour or so from now, but I think it kind of depends on like how much the games are going. I feel like if the tables would break now, it probably would ask to be on now, but it's a bit weird. Like we went from like 4 tables down to 2, no, down to 1, and then now we're back at 3, but 2 of them are short-handed and only have Davey, Munez, and Linus. So I kind of feel like it's down to the table on the right here. If this one empties up, I think maybe they will stop blowing for now.
Yeah. So you're essentially just in a waiting position for the goat to come on.
It's the Davey waiting room here.
Yeah.
Look what Mike wrote in the chat. Oh my god. They know. Only the real ones know. The real fans of the stream.
What's he writing? I cannot see it.
I wrote in the Discord. Because that was on YouTube, he made this comment. Oh wow, Davey.
So Davey all in here against Linus?
Ay, ay, ay.
Balls. That seems interesting. See what's going on there.
So how deep are we? 111. Linus opens button. Davey 3-bets small blinds. Linus calls 10, 9, 3, 2 diamonds. What a flop. My god. So Davey bets half. Linus calls jack of hearts on the turn. He goes half again. And then he jams river. And Linus is like, I don't believe you.
Yeah. That is
it's kind of sick. Like you have king 10 here, you have pair and flush draw, you break everything, and then you just see that third barrel that maybe you don't want to see.
Yeah. I guess Davey just turn barrels pure with his 7-8 here. Just so much to get value from. Just unblocks everything he can, like when Lionel has like queen 10, queen jack, king jack, all these types of hands. You just never want to check his hand. And Linus obviously have easy call flop, easy call turn, and then on the river it's it definitely becomes close. I guess it's nice to have the king 10 of diamonds and not the king 10 of hearts, let's say, because I think Davey's bluff just comes from ace king, ace queen primarily without a diamond. Like when Davey is bluffing here, I think he definitely wants to just unblock diamonds. Just like if you have ace queen clubs, let's say, or whatever, and Linus has like ace 5 diamonds, or ace queen diamond himself, or whatever, like just get these snap folds. So I mean, yeah, I guess if you want to call a king 10, the king 10 diamonds is like the best combo. So you could probably do it in that way, if I were to guess.
Yeah. But don't you block some of the, I guess like the diamonds, is the assumption here that the diamonds, if Davey had diamonds, he wouldn't bluff on the river by jamming?
I think it's more likely that he gives up, let's say he has ace king or ace queen with, let's say, the king of diamonds, Davey.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely that he gives up and then bluffs, when he doesn't have diamonds.
Okay.
He can get both way, right? Because if Linus is calling the king 10 diamonds, now probably Davey wants to have, king of diamond when he's bluffing, but it's tough to say. But I think that's probably what's happening.
Yeah.
I feel like it's tough to find. It's very easy to find all the value hands, and I don't know. It feels.
Are there some rivers
like
that Davey is gonna be like let's say like the river is like either a king or a queen. And suddenly, is he checking a lot more, or is there still like some sort of like block bets that he can make with bottom straight?
Yeah, I think he can block 25 with 8-7. I think he would elect to do that because he just still unblocks all the sets and 2 pairs that would have to just call at some frequency. So getting value from these hands, I think, is still quite important. So I think if the river is a blank queen or king, I think he's going to block small.
Okay.
And can do the same when he just have, if the river was a king, if he has just, king, queen, or whatever, queen, jack, queens, then he will just like kind of do the same thing, I guess.
Maybe Davey igniting a great comeback here to contend for the top spots.
Yeah.
You saw the leaderboard?
I saw that Biluzin is leading, right?
Yeah, both him and Kevin didn't play yesterday, so for Biluzin, it's pretty obvious. He probably doesn't have to play unless somebody can catch up to him for now, being a little bit in the lead. But yeah, Davey, unfortunately, went down a bunch.
Oh, yeah, he had a big downswing, I see, yeah.
So he's not that close behind anymore.
Yeah. Iimitlesss doing good.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like he's playing insane volume either. Like Iimitlesss is on 13K hands, and there's 3 days left. So he would have to have some very big days. Volume was actually, wait, if it is 20K hands.
20, oh, he has to play 20K hands.
Yeah, to be eligible. Is it for any of the prizes? I think so. Let me try and find the fine print. Players enter 100 big blinds. Oh, there we go. Compete for a share of 80K in leaderboard prizes. It's more than 80K, actually, no? I thought it's 100. Including 35K Rolex. To qualify, players must complete at least 20K hands on Cash Game World Championship tables. Heads up hands excluded.
He probably doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, he should. Like, it's some extra monies for sure. Hajeb in the chat asked, Davey could go as thin as ace-jack in that 8-7 hand, right, guys? King-jack even, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because, the guy is going to have... I mean, he's just going to have a lot of bluff catchers in general, right? So, yeah, I think ace-jack can definitely go. And king-jack gets close. Yeah. It's, yeah. I mean, yeah, like when Linus has like ace-10 on the turn, he can start mix folding, So he probably calls like king-10, queen-10 before ace-10. And Linus will have like a lot of queen-jack, king-jack type hands. He will have flush draws. Yeah, I think king-jack is a bit thin, but it's close. But yeah, ace-jack, I guess, yeah, can go. Yeah, it can, for sure.
It's funny, we just have this one full table, but both of the other tables just have Linus, Davey, and Munez. Nobody really dares sitting with them on those.
Doesn't look like the most pleasant table to sit down at.
Hey, you want to get better? Like it's throw yourself in the fire.
For me, if I could just, someone could just stake me 100%, I would sit happily and have fun. But I mean, I would lose, of course, but I would have fun.
Come on, give yourself have some confidence, bro.
Not gonna invest my own money sitting at that table.
I wonder how many hands Davey and Linus have against one another lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Are they usually playing a lot of heads up on coin when the challenge is not there?
I don't think so, but I just think like historically they've played so much together.
Yeah. They are, I guess, one of the two guys that wants to sit free-handed with whoever wants to. They're never scared to battle.
Do you have any questions, suggestions for Davey?
Davey?
Yeah.
How was his English? Was that like pretty bad, or what was up with that?
Well, we've talked with some people before that's met him in real life, and they seem to think, hey, it was fine. So I'm gonna assume it's gonna be easy to communicate.
Mm-hmm. Damn, Linus is running so bad. Holy fuck, he's just like running insanely bad in all-ins as well. He's like down 14 buy-ins, but down 24 buy-ins, actually. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, his EV went to rigged. Yeah, he's 10 binds on the EV. That's so sick.
I don't really know what kind of question I would be asking Davey if I had the opportunity. If I think of something good, I'll write it to you.
Yeah. Let's see, where is rigged? Here. Rigged is 12 binds over EV. While Linus is 10 binds under EV. That's wild. Oh my god.
Damn. Didn't Rick was down a lot at some point, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, he was at the bottom of the rankings at some point.
But it must feel so nice for him to make a comeback.
I know, it's a sick recovery for sure. But he did put in the volume for it. He worked for it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And MrLumberjack also above EV. 4 binds or so. Iimitlesss a little bit under EV. Yeah, Davey is also. Oh my god, yeah. The hell. Dude, he's 8 binds under EV.
That's kind of crazy as well, yeah.
All top 3 actually are a little, well, for the first 2, they're a little bit under EV. Nothing crazy. You know what makes this even crazier is like if you compare this to the previous Cash Game World Champion, which obviously was longer. But
Owen was up like a lot, right?
Yeah, he finished up 59 binds in EV, but his actual result is he finished 9 binds over EV. So he won 680k.
That's just in only 43k hands. That's very crazy.
Dude, that's triple second place, which is why Kevin actually is the one that finished a bunch over EV under and like at 246k. And David Jones only had 13k hands. And then kind of small win rate in the previous one. Hajeb said, since Davey is one of the legends who has been around for a long time, I'd like to get his opinion on the evolution of the game back then versus now, or like old school versus new school. Okay.
My guess is that a lot of the questions he's probably just gonna be like, I don't really know, but it's like he doesn't have like a very sick answer to it or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, maybe it's, I mean, how do you, Hajeb, like, can you try to elaborate a little bit? Or do you mean like, you know, pure solver
I
versus like the current solutions that you have access to more easily, or like what exactly? There's more studying tools, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like it's way easier to get, you know, better at the game. The bottom level has just been improved so much, you know, because it's so easy to, you know, just put out your wizard and sort of like get a strategy told, and like that's so like yeah, it has become much easier to just get, you know, at some kind of level, where like 7 years ago or something, you know, the guys were not having as like they had to run on all the sims themselves, and you know when they have the access at that point to all the sims and, you know, studying with all the tools against people who just were not doing it at all, or doing it like very minimum, they'll just have such an advantage.
So how would you summarize the question then, do you think is the best way to do it?
I don't know, it's probably a fine question. I just feel like there's gonna be, you know, some of the questions that he's gonna get asked, like let's say what's your top 5 rec or your top 3 best recs, he will probably be like, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe he will mention Linus or something, but
yeah,
I feel like I'll definitely listen, but yeah. Is it like is it his first time ever doing some kind of interview?
he did a podcast / interview, but I think it was like in Spanish, but it was translated somewhere, and like an article, kind of like semi-transcript was made of it. But yeah, in English, I think it might be. When we have, okay, somebody else wants to join, I'll invite now. You have to pick up in a sec.
Yep.
Hello, hello.
Yo, how you doing?
Going, guys.
All good, all good. Did you hear the shout outs from Prodigy last time?
I did. I did.
How did you like it?
He gave a shout out to my wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a good answer for today's shout out.
You mean when you will do shout outs or right now?
What? Sorry?
You mean when you will do shout outs or you have an answer right now for it?
When I do shout outs.
Okay. Nice.
How's it going, guys? Anything special happening today? Maybe.
Yeah, Davey's gonna join later, assumedly, allegedly. Oh my god,
Allegedly.
what?
We'll see.
What is this? Sheesh. 4-bet pots. Set over set looks like. Mamma mia. I'll replay that. Yeah, so he will join later, and then we're trying to figure out good questions to ask, and chat's been involved as well.
Yeah, that's great. I promise I'll do my best to shut my mouth while he's speaking, and I know the viewers will appreciate that. And yeah, I hope it'll be a fun one.
I think I will just be leaving when he's coming on.
All right.
You can't handle the pressure, PTSD?
No, I just want like
yeah.
I don't know. I just want him to. Yeah, I don't know. that feels more
What are
right to
some
me
good
to not be
questions,
there when
people?
he's.
Yeah.
What are some good questions that people
So
came up with?
I have a long list. It's really about like how he came up playing 500 Zoom. Did he do it on his own or did he get a coach? Does he have some simplifications or like heuristics to share? How did he study specifically? And then general advice for low to mid-stakes player in particular. Then some power ranking of toughest players to play against. The best regs that never made it to high stakes. Who's the best player not playing in this challenge? Favorite book, film, and activity outside of poker. How important is it for a high-stakes reg to reg battle and not just try to find softest games? Evolution of the game, old school versus new school, and then rivalry with anyone, like Linus, and how does he handle the big dollar swings?
Okay, cool.
Maybe you can ask him how does his routine looks like? Like, does he likes to just like study general spots a lot, or does he like to like study just specific hands in depth? If that makes sense.
Yeah, but do you mean like initially when he was like playing lower stakes and going up
No,
to the
right
stakes,
now,
or nowadays?
like how? Yeah, nowadays, like
Yeah.
how much is he studying? Like, does he study before the grind? Does he like what's he in general doing?
Okay, but so actually,
I think he answered that in the podcast in Spanish. And
yeah, but
if I remember correctly,
okay, go ahead.
if I remember correctly, he said that he studies like specific just hands that he played, hands that he marked, and he goes pretty deep in them. And if there's something that he feels like he was wrong or something, he will go through like his database and like filter for like similar spots and like see if he's been doing that mistake over and over, or like try to really like understand the spot well. And yeah, if I remember correctly, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we can ask again. It's gonna be Johan's job to figure out what's the best questions. There's so many there. I feel like we're gonna have to ask the most interesting ones. I personally, I don't care too much about what he does like outside of poker, like what hobbies, what movies he likes to watch. Like I'm not gonna date him, you know. So I feel like I prefer the poker related questions, but I know there are some people that prefer that want to know too about his hobbies and like his life outside of poker. So I'll let Johan figure out what questions are gonna be best. And I saw something also that some people were saying in the chat. I also would like to know like what's the difference? What makes him like better than the normal high stakes regs, you know? And of course of the mid stakes regs as well. Like what does he think is the difference between the good players that are not at the top level now, and how can they get there, you know, that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be Johan's job to figure out the best questions.
How would you phrase it?
Oof. Yeah.
What's the secret sauce that the players are missing?
No, that I feel like if you ask like that, he's gonna say there's no secret sauce.
Yeah.
You gotta.
It's probably because there is no secret sauce.
Yeah, maybe we can ask him like what marks the difference between like a 500 reg to a 2K reg, and what's the difference from that 2K reg to a best in the world like him, you know, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good way, I think, to
Maybe
do it.
like the difference from the guys that he views as the weakest regs in this challenge to the guys that he thinks that are like the top regs in this challenge. Maybe
I think that's good.
like,
Yeah, that's good.
Because like he never like plays, 1K regs really, I guess. Like he always plays super high stakes,
Yeah, that's a good one too. But I know that he actually, he used to play, and I feel like he coached like a very few like people that he considers like his family in poker. Like, so he has some experience still with the 1K and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And I think, I love that question you asked Prodigy and Silam about if you'd rather be the top 20 in the world in theory.
Because they gave me some shit for this, man.
Who?
Some people did like. Well, I think initially also, I think Lama misunderstood because he thought I was like talking about him specifically. And then also, I think some people, someone in the chat misunderstood. Like, and he was like,
I feel like I probably misunderstood the question as well, because if it's like top 1 and top 20 in terms of exploit and theory, then I would definitely take top 1 exploit and top 20 theory, because if you're already top 20 in theory, you're already insanely
yeah, but so everybody, like all the guys were answering this, but then one guy in the chat was like, what a silly question. Is like, how can you have exploits if you don't know theory? And I was just like, top 20 in the world, you don't know theory? Like, what do you mean?
But that exactly, that was actually what I misunderstood as well, because I was thinking like, oh, so you're top 1 expert in the world, but you just like don't know anything about theory. But if you're top 20 in theory, you're obviously very, very sharp in theory wise, right?
Yeah.
But I was thinking like, oh, you don't know anything, but you can just exploit. You need some high understanding of theory before being very able to be the best expert in the world. And if you're top 20 in theory in the world, then you're obviously very, very, very good.
Oh yeah, you're sick. Obviously.
So I think that was what I was misunderstanding with the question.
But yeah, so far all of these guys answered the same thing, like exploits. So I think he would just answer the same. So maybe it's...
I think that I think that the answer is probably going to be the same. But what's really interesting is their explanation about his answer.
Okay, so how to phrase it differently to make it so that it doesn't just tell me, oh, I prefer to be better at exploits, and
just
goes more
ask
in
him to
depth.
explain why.
Okay.
I think you asked the question really good. I think it was the most, for me, I think it was the most interesting moment of the streams when I heard like you talking about this with Prodigy and
yeah.
I forgot who was in the call now. I think
Barak.
it was PTSD, right?
I think Barak also talked about it.
Barak, yeah. Yeah, but again, you have a lot of questions to ask, so you're gonna have to pick whatever.
Well, I don't know how long he wants to stay. If he wants to stay an hour and a half, we can ask a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna do great because the streams have been so nice. You've been doing a great job again. Like, congratulations to you and all the people that joined the stream. It's been great.
I appreciate that.
Do we know what country he lives in right now?
I don't know.
I feel like that would be just. He lives where? Sorry.
If I remember correctly from his previous podcast, he lived part of the year in England, I think Bristol or something, and the other part of the year he lived in Mexico.
Okay.
And like one of the places he has like a very nice grinding station that he like really grinds a lot and goes like full poker mode. And for the other season of the year, where he goes, I don't know which country is his grind country and which one is his more like fun country. But
I feel like Mexico is the grind country.
Yeah, probably. And yeah, so he kind of goes between these two places apparently. Like, if you want, you can ask him again. But that's what I remember from his Spanish podcast.
Super Mega Fish asked, we know Biluzin's real name. Yes, Pedro Toledo from Brazil, who should be joining us on the last day, hopefully after the challenge is over. And hopefully, regardless of results, we'll have him on. Yeah, so far, some of the guests scheduled, other than Davey, that we'll have later today. Tomorrow, we're going to have Exploitable. And then we'll have Munez. And on Sunday, Gary Chappell. And then I'm hoping that, some of those guys, Prodigy, Biluzin, Kevin, Rigged, all can join as well.
That's fucking cool.
Are you friends with Exploitable?
I talked to him some through message, like on Instagram. I never met him in person, but yeah, fellow Brazilian. He seems like a cool guy.
The Brazilians stick together?
Yeah. Not as much as we should, honestly.
How do you say Brazilians in Portuguese? Is it like brasileiros or something?
Yeah, perfect.
Brasileiros? Okay.
Yeah.
Brasileiro.
I don't speak much Portuguese. I can only say something I probably shouldn't say. The FDP. We have the same in France.
Nice.
Actually, I think it sounds so cool because I watched a couple movies. I don't remember which, like maybe like City of God or
yeah.
The one with the squad, like the hit squads.
Yes.
Yeah, these are like sick movies actually.
Yeah.
I maybe have a question for Davey. I don't know if you already been writing this down. Maybe he can talk a little bit about what he kind of thinks online poker needs, or what he thinks like the sites should do to optimize and to get more players on there, or like something in that regards, if that makes sense.
Okay. How to phrase that, do you think? Or do you mean like at every stakes also, or like mostly about higher stakes?
Maybe just in general, I guess. Like maybe what CoinPoker could do, like to take, some of the customers from GG or something, because right now it's so bad with GG because they just have like big monopoly on it, so they can just fuck everyone over and not give a fuck because people sort of rely on the site, and that really really sucks for everyone. So I don't know, maybe he has some thoughts on that.
Okay, I wrote state of online poker and what would you like to see from platforms like Coin in the future?
Yeah, what maybe what the sites in general can do to compete with GG. And
yeah. Kevin did come on the stream the other day. Bob Lol, let me double check for you. I have like a document with like all timestamps and like a lot of notes, and it's getting so long because it's like 26 days long right now. So I have to scroll up a bunch and manually find it. He came on November 30th. That was day 21. So if you look for the VOD, whichever platform you're on right now, there's the VOD for all of them. That's November 30th, day 21. And then it was like later in the stream, I think. I don't think it was. It wasn't. Maybe I think from. Okay, actually, I found it. So 3 hours 28 minutes into that VOD, you'll hear that's when Kevin joins.
Yeah, I listened to that one. It's great.
The blanket, man. That's what it's all about. Secret sauce. It was there. Worth it. I said,
Yeah.
my question for you and Merlo, what was best moment so far from the Stakes Championship interviews? Any moment or segment that you think are really worth going back and rewatching? Oof, there is too many, to be honest. I think anytime, like obviously the hands breakdown are really cool, but sometimes I did think like for me, it was a little too advanced for me to be able to really understand everything and like for it to really help me, although it does help. But I think when general advice that was really good was shared, that was really nice. Like for example, Nevir came on and he plays much closer to what I play compared to the high stakes players. And then he shared a couple exploits against the pool. And since we played the exact same pool, I think it resonated a little bit better. Actually, I added a specific timestamp on the VOD where Nevir was on for this section where he shares, I think it's 2 exploits. Asking for power ranking 6 max NL. Yeah, that's been asked.
Are we gonna ask Davey to go over a hand or two, or no?
Yeah, I think so. I really don't know how long he wants to be on, but yeah, I think it's fair. And then we can try. Alox W said, "What is Doblu's story in poker? What game he plays and which sites?"
Yeah, I came on the previous day and we kind of talked about it, but I'll give a brief summary. Basically, I started playing back in maybe 2018 as a recreational, like back in Brazil when I was still living in Brazil, and I just played like MTTs and like Zoom 5 or something for fun.
Same
And
for me.
and one day I kind of got tired of losing, and I decided to buy like a poker course. At the time, I remember I signed up for the Upswing Lab, and I thought it was great. It made me start like winning at the games at low stakes, and games were softer back then too. And But yeah, but then I stopped playing actually. I stopped playing because I moved to the US to play tennis in college. And I just focused on tennis for like maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe trying to give my last efforts to maybe being a pro, but I was still so far off that after 2 years I was like, nah, that's not gonna work. So I started becoming interested in poker again, cause yeah, I was kind of sad, not sad, but maybe gave up on tennis, so I had a little more mind space and time to focus on other things, and poker became an interest again, and decided to play again. And now I started in L25 on ACR and was struggling a little bit. Then I got back to upswing and learned some more. And yeah, and then COVID came and I started grinding a lot more because of less time at school. So yeah, from there I climbed really fast from like an L50 to beating like that Blitz 200 pool during COVID for a good win rate, for maybe 100K hands. Like for sure some variance in there, but that's when I made kind of the biggest leap in my career from being like low stakes to getting closer to playing high stakes. And yeah, from 2020 and on, like I just kept improving a little bit and steadily climbing, steadily getting better, and yeah, improving a little bit every day.
So what stakes
I
are you
played a
playing
lot
now?
on Ignition as well as a US player. Mostly I played on ACR and Ignition, and yeah, nowadays there's some other options. I still play on ACR a good amount now, and Ignition is really bad. So with the bot situation, I don't play there anymore. But yeah,
So what stakes are you playing now?
right now I play mostly from an L2K to 5K mostly. This challenge was kind of no, like I just enjoy it so much. I feel the need to take a 3 to 4 buy-in shot. It's the second time I do it. It didn't work out again, but I played a little bit of 10K before, but with better table selection and very few hands really. I play mostly 2K through 5K.
But you were winning initially, right, in the challenge?
For such a short period, I don't think I did. Yeah, I think I won like maybe 1.5 buy-in the first day, but
Yeah.
it's nothing, you know. Like
Which
Who's
sides are you playing on these days then?
ACR, I try to play some on Coin too, but yeah, Coin is nice. And Club WPT Gold sometimes has good action, sometimes they don't run the higher games, so that's it for now.
No GG?
No, we don't have access to GG here in the US.
Yeah, of course.
What's up, Bowie in the chat? Who's the best Brazilian player in tennis, by the way?
Right now, João Fonseca, the legend.
How high rank is he?
I think right now he's on like 25, something like that, and he's
Okay.
only 19. He's a very promising player. His play style is so aggressive, really fun to watch.
Aggressive in tennis.
Yeah, very.
That's interesting. Okay. I don't watch very often, just sometimes like the big matches.
Yeah. So
then-
far, Sinner and Alcaraz have been dominating. So.
Yeah. When I was in Vegas in the past, a couple times, I bet. And then I bet on Djokovic twice against Alcaraz. And then these were the only two matches he ever lost. Or like a real long time. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, how does this guy lose every time I bet on him?
Well, yeah. He's getting a little old now, but he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
Oh, you think Djokovic is that consensus or some people argue?
Yeah, like my favorite. I feel like a lot of people have that same thought, but my favorite is Federer. He's the most like beautiful to watch, so effortless and
Yeah.
like just pure class, you know. But Djokovic has had the best results. I think that's a consensus right now.
Yeah. Jeff Green in chat asks about your ACR name and WPT goal name, and he didn't ask for it, but I think he wants to know what label you tagged him as too, probably.
Is that my screen names that he wants to know?
Yeah.
So on ACR it's Doblo, the same as the coin. On WPT, I don't think I'll say right now because I don't know who nobody is there, so I don't think it's fair for them to know who I am either. But it's not that hard to figure out, you know.
Give me a riddle, a couple hints. You don't have to answer, by the way, anything. I just relay the question, but
Yeah,
if you want to say I don't want to say, that's totally fine. Alok says, really cool, thanks for replaying. I guess you battle a lot with Marinelli, Prodigy, Pete O'Neill, and Lol Voidemons then. Thoughts on their playing style?
I played some against them. For a long period of time, I played on Ignition. I was battling the bots there. And yeah, but now I think the bots got a little better and there's less fish too, I feel like, so it's not as worth playing there. Collusion is rampant there. It's bad. And yeah, they are really good players, of course. All the people he said are good players. They each have their style. I think the Voidemons and Marinelli, they kind of work together, right? With Patrick Howard and Pete O'Neill is Clancy, of course. So he doesn't play that much on ACR, but yeah, Prodigy, of course, I played some against him. Of course, very good player, and yeah.
So how's your grind been then, Blue? You playing a lot these days, or what's happening?
Honestly, like during this championship, I feel like I get so quote unquote distracted by the championship. I always listening to the streams and looking at hands, and I feel like I study a lot more during the challenge.
But that's a good thing,
than I
right?
grind.
That's a good thing also.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. There's periods in your career where you're gonna study more and periods where you're gonna play more.
Yeah.
Usually when I'm winning, when I'm in a upswing, I tend to like play a lot more. I feel confident. I feel like I play better. But when I'm on a bit of a downswing, I like to study more and make sure I'm not punting too much. And yeah, but the challenge is a great time to learn. You know, there's so many hands, so many things that people say that make me very curious about the game. And yeah, it just makes me want to study more and learn more. It's very, very cool.
When looking at the leaderboards, is there somebody that's impressed you for one thing or another, whether it's like volume, win rate, or just being able to come back from maybe a deficit?
Yeah, there's been some very cool things. Like, I mean, the obvious one is Biluzin at the top. That's amazing. It's like someone that nobody expected, and he came kind of out of nowhere. He's been crushing GG, that I know that, but nobody would put him to finish this thing on top when there's so many amazing players like Davey, Linus, Kevin, Prodigy, etc., etc., etc. So that was great, and I really like to mention too how Rigdak and Marinelli made an amazing comeback. That was really cool to see. They were like down a lot, and they kept grinding. Like, for sure, I know people that would have just like stopped and you know, try to play softer games to make up for their losses, but they kept grinding. They had confidence in themselves and were able to fight back to close to break even or slightly winning or slightly losing. So that was great to see. Linus being on the bottom, very surprising. Like right now, he's played like a decent amount of hands and he's still losing a fair amount. So I'm not saying he's washed. I still think he's like the GOAT, but maybe he wasn't playing his best on this challenge. You know, it's totally possible that he still like definitely crushes this pool, but maybe like for the 2 weeks that he put the most volume in, he was feeling off for whatever reason, or he just ran bad. You know, you never know. But for sure, like, it's curious that he's on the bottom of the leaderboard. But yeah, so many cool things happening with this leaderboard. I think it was a great challenge so far.
Yeah, very cool to see Marinelli keep fighting and is in the green now. That's like, because in the first challenge he got crushed a lot, and he
Yeah.
also started out getting crushed, and it's like most people will, I guess they will quit. And also there's going to be a lot of people who will say, oh, Marinelli, he got crushed the first challenge, now he's getting crushed again, oh, he's
For
losing,
sure.
you know.
For sure.
And like, very nice to see.
Yeah, I wonder how much he was down at his lowest, but it must have been, I want to say like over 100K.
Over. I think he was like maybe like close to 150 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's sick comeback. Very inspiring, this type of stuff for sure.
Yeah. Because it's harder to play when you're down that much, you know?
Yeah,
You're not as
especially if he has some opinions about some of the regs, and maybe he sees some of the regs being up a lot, and he, you know, like he maybe thinks like, he's confident that he's better than some of the regs, and now everyone is saying like, oh yeah, Marinelli is down like this much, he's not maybe as good, and it's these kind of things can mentally be very tough to deal with, you know.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that's one of the hardest parts of being a poker pro, is like how you handle variance, and in particular like when you're having like these really rough, you know, stretches of downswing, and then like not just like, you know, you feel terrible about it, let's say, but then like how do you go about handling it, right? Like it's the right answer to take a break, but then obviously like it feels like you have to make money. Do you guys think that's one of the more important things, is like to be able to forget that there is money involved every time you're playing and just think in big blinds? Or what's your guys' take on that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, because I had to change my headset so I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, do you guys think it's like the hardest part of being like a pro poker player is like to deal with those downswings, and more specifically like how exactly, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I find it pretty tough sometimes. Like that's usually why I'm not so hesitant to play higher stakes. It's just because I don't find it as enjoyable, you know, having downswings as I find it enjoyable to have upswings. So, and I mean, I guess that's some kind of mental leak, but it's for me it can be very tough at some times, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. It has to be one of the hardest parts, right? Like nobody likes losing, and in poker it's really tough because you could be losing and like doing well, but also if you've been losing for a long time over a lot of hands and like losing a lot, you're probably doing something wrong, right? So no matter like if you're doing things right, you lose confidence in your game during a downswing. And for me that's the hardest part, because I often notice myself wanting to like change my strategy and trying to do some things different, even though that might not be the best thing to do. But you know, you try to do something different to try to start winning again, and you forget that all you've been doing has been working for years, but you still decide to change it because you've been having like a bit of a rough stretch. That's not even that bad if you zoom out and look at your long-term graph, you know. So yeah, that's something I deal with that I'm sure a lot of poker players do, try to change their
Yeah,
strategy and lose confidence.
I've definitely done the same, where it's like you need some sort of refreshment, you know. So like you start studying with different sizes, and you change some things, you know, because you need something. You need just some kind of change, you know. I definitely been doing that as well.
Yeah, I tend to study more during this period, and that makes me more motivated to keep grinding through the downswings. I feel like if I was in a downswing and I just kept playing, I would go crazy. I would burn out and just be done with the game. But the fact that I study more when I'm on a downswing It helps me keep my confidence back up so I can show up and play my game again. And yeah, I think that helps a lot.
God
It would be
damn.
very interesting to also hear from Linus and Marinelli, you know, being on these downswings in the challenge, if they have had some sort of doubts in their game and maybe like what they're doing. And I like Marinelli must be, you know, when he was down a lot this challenge as well, he must be having, you know, just like some doubts in his game, you know, like as everyone does, you know.
For sure.
It would
Yeah, I
be,
would
and
really
also,
like to know that too.
I'm
yeah,
talking to Marinelli. So Linus is not happening for sure, but Marinelli I've been talking to, and he responded last time, and it sounded like a maybe. He hasn't responded yet to the last thing I said, but I do feel like there is a chance he could hop on, so I will try to make it work. We did get this type of answer, by the way, in question when in the first challenge, Kevin had a huge downswing, by the way. And I think he pretty much said like he just kind of stuck through it and, you know, believed in his game and was able to come back. Because initially he was leading the first challenge a couple days into it and he was looking incredible. Suddenly dropped off and then somehow just came back up, put in great volume.
it's kind of funny how ego can actually be a good thing in some of these scenarios, you know, where like if you're actually good enough and you just like, even though you have this big downswing, you just have the ego where you just know you are better and you can just keep grinding through it.
Yeah. Ego that translates into confidence, I think that's the one,
Mhm.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris says, everyone has doubts. It's human nature. When things aren't going well, our mind self-sabotages itself. Yeah, it's very interesting, this part of like, you know, obviously we know the first part of like you play poker, you realize people have emotions and you kind of want to like shut those down as much as possible so you can play effectively. But then there is also so much like lower or like weird layers of it, right? There's like recency bias that tells you like, you know, you remember far more... like first of all, okay, you might be result oriented because of it, but you also remember far more the bad bits. It feels like you're losing every flip. You know, everybody thinks they run the worst out of anyone. But realistically, how many people do run truly that bad, especially over a big sample? Probably not many.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm very nicely suited to like some of the downswings, or like at least not feeling like I'm running too bad in cash games, because I've been running very bad in some stretches in MTTs, and that can be much worse, you know, swings. So I feel like even though I had downswings in cash game as well, I just have never felt it as, you know, being super unlucky compared to MTTs. So that's like a nice thing to have experience in.
Yeah.
It seems, I think they're drawing for the last button here, so I think this table might close out. I see Davies sitting out. So we'll see if he says, or what he says. The tables end up being on the break. There's at least this one table on the left, though. It's still full. The show table, in fact. Yeah, pretty cool that we're gonna have Munez join the stream tomorrow as well. If you guys have some some questions you can think of as well for Munez, let me know.
I think we should ask him if he heard Prodigy talking about his game that he used to fold a lot, if he changed his strategy.
You want some beef, do you? No, just kidding.
It's for the viewers.
Yeah. Well, start. Do you still play tennis regularly, Dublu?
Now I just play like once a week.
You
I also
still
really
got
enjoy
it?
playing soccer.
You still got it?
No.
No, that's good.
No, but it's fun. It's really fun. Now I've tried to play some pickleball as well. It's fun. It's fun. I know that tennis players love to shit on pickleball. They say it's so easy. It's not really exercise, but it's fun. I appreciate the fact that tennis is so hard for you to get to a level where you can play and like get good exercise from it and have fun with it. it takes like some slow learning, kind of like golf a little bit, I would say. But pickleball, you can kind of just like grab the racket and like start swinging and like have fun with it. So I
Yeah.
think that's really cool. Like I was able to play pickleball with like some family members or friends that never played tennis with me, but we had a lot of fun playing pickleball, you know. So
Yeah.
so that's cool.
What
Maybe
is
it's like
pickleball exactly?
It's kind of like I'm not gonna say it's like paddle because it's not like in a kind of like it's not in a box. It's like imagine like some mini tennis with like a wiffle ball and like
Yeah, you
a
have some yellow softball kind of thing, right?
yeah like a wiffle ball that like makes a weird sound like clack clack clack
Yeah.
and the rackets are like smaller than tennis and they don't have strings. They are like solid, so you can just like hit it. You don't need to hit the center of the racket for your ball to go over the net and stuff. And it's a smaller court, so it's easier to play, but it's fun.
Mhm.
And what do you think of ping pong then?
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun for sure.
I like ping pong a lot. I haven't played much like pickleball or paddle, but ping pong I'm a big fan of. And also like you said, like some players, like tennis players, hate on it. I do feel like in this case, ping pong is like decently physical. By the way, like you're definitely moving
Can be,
around. Like
yeah.
you get sweaty real fast.
Yeah, it can be.
I would actually love to play tennis. I just suck at it, and it's
It's
probably
hard.
It's
like,
hard,
a
man.
bit boring if you suck.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, it takes a little while for you to learn the basics, and only after that you can have fun. But most people just like try for a little bit. That shit's hard, give up, and go play pickleball probably at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I really
Or
enjoyed.
paddle, like in Denmark, paddle is very, very big, because it's so easy to just at least have fun while being bad at it. Everyone can kind of play.
Yeah.
But indoors, right? I assume.
Yeah, also outdoors in the summer there are outdoor pitches.
I always picture Denmark as quite cold, so
It's cold right now,
yeah. Same here.
but in the summer it's very nice.
Mooness playing one with Jerry. Davey said he was ready in 10 minutes, by the way.
All right. I will leave it for here then.
All right. Thank you for being on.
Wow.
If you want to ask anything, just write in the chat.
Yep. And I have one shout out.
All right.
Shout out to Davey.
That's a
All
good
right.
one. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks.
All right, see you guys. Nice talk.
I see you. Nice to meet you, man.
See you later, boss. I was worried for a second. I'm like, shout out for.
I thought I was gonna say my wife.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be somebody's mom for a second, Oh,
I was worried too. I was not expecting Davey. I was expecting something more out of pocket.
Like, shout out Donald Trump. I'm like, what? So we get like a non-all in here. Okay. Thin
Yeah, I forgot they were playing poker.
value. Yeah, that's a common trait of being on the stream. But I feel like there is a balance, by the way, right? Like it doesn't have to always be like super hardcore, like non-stop hand reviews. I'm sure some people want that, but
Yeah,
it's okay to
no,
chill.
I like the balance. And honestly, when I'm watching the streams, the thing I watch kind of the least, I'm kind of least interested is the hand reviews. I don't know if other people think differently, but what I like about the streams, like hearing other people's like approach to the game and like getting to know them, and yeah, a little bit of hand reviews, of course, but I think the balance you have is good. You've been doing a really good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I try hard,
I know those streams are long, and for people that want hand reviews, I know Shirachi did a bunch of them.
Oh my god, man. Honestly, don't think his record is gonna be beat ever. Was it 5 hours and a half, right? I think he was on. Jesus Christ. That guy's some stamina for sure. Like that's when you like never does the passion for poker resonate more than like, when somebody does something like this. Like 5 hours and a half of just non-stop breaking down hands and stuff.
No, yeah, that's crazy. I'll go to the bathroom really quick.
Yeah. And I think this table is also about to break. They're drawing. So heart, club, spades. For the last button. And yeah, seeing as the action was ending, I think that's why Davey sat out and is getting ready right now to join us any minute. And I have a very long list of questions. Thank you, Sao. I appreciate that. Yes, also, they're taking good care of me. Today, I have a lot of timestamps already. I'm gonna take a lot more. I do think like the post stream will take a very long time to edit, but it's good. It's like it's the ultimate satisfaction because like for the last few days I did timestamp and at the end of the stream, and then I post the raw ones first that are not very precise, but then I kind of refine them, and I do think like people are gonna massively appreciate that when they go back over the VOD and they want to find specific things that were being talked about or like certain hand reviews. It makes them so much easier for them. So once you're done with that, it's like, I don't know, it feels like the ultimate side. It's like, you know, building a furniture. You get like such a sick high from, you know, from finishing that and like seeing the whole thing put together somewhere. Okay, the games have come to an end for now. And maybe I'm gonna have a look at the replay, see if already we can see some hands that we can ask Davey about. Did you, by the way, you said you watched the stream like quite a bit, but do you also have the tables open in case you want to review some hands yourself, or how do you do it?
No, actually, I just listen to it like every day, kind of after the grind before going to bed, kind of like I'm still working my way through them, you know.
Okay.
I don't watch them live. I'm still like I'm trying to catch up to it, you know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I just listen while I get ready to sleep, like maybe 45 minutes every night or so, and I'm catching up.
Do you think for like mid stakes to low stakes players that watch the challenge and get to watch like a lot of those high stakes guys talk about hand reviews, it can be like super beneficial if they really like lock in and pay attention to everything that's being mentioned? Or like, do you think they should also kind of run like solutions on their own in the meantime to really be able to picture the ranges and everything?
Yeah, I think it's like fun and you can definitely learn stuff, but I don't think they will say any secret sauce that make you start crushing that somebody else never told you about. And I would not consider like watching the streams a study method. It's not, you know, if you want to study, you need to be deliberate about it. You need to, like you said, have a sim open there or like talk to friends and like really try to get to the bottom of it. On the stream most time we do talk about it, but a lot of times we don't talk about the whole strategy, you know. We talked about about the hand, about some things that the our range wants to do, and it's good. It's really good to listen to high stakes pros talking about hands, but
Yeah.
you need to when you want to learn something, you got to do it actively. You know, when you're just listening to the streams, you're doing it passively. You're not gonna learn as much.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think Davey's ready. I'll invite him.
Okay, I'll do my best to shut up.
Okay. Here we go.
Hello, hello.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Hello. We are live now.
Yes, we are.
How you doing? All good here. Sorry for my English. I hope everyone can understand me.
Perfect.
Sorry for the delay. Finally, I'm here.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, we've been looking forward to this a lot. So can you tell us about your experience so far in the championship? You were leading for a while and then now dropped off a little bit, but it's been 26 days of action. So how's it been for you?
Intense in general. I mean, it is a really nice championship, I have to say. So many thanks to all the people who make this possible, because it's a really crazy action. It's, as I say, it's really intense, but it's really nice at the same time. Yes, you say I started leading with a crazy round. Well, this wasn't real, to be honest. And then I have been pretty even, and I fell down. I lost yesterday. I had a really bad session, but yeah, it's part of the game, part of the champion. And let's see how I can end. And I really enjoy the game these days. Yep. Let's see what happened at the end.
Okay, so we had a lot of questions from some of the viewers, and then I asked on Discord as well if people had questions, and they shared quite a few of them, so we can go through some of them. And again, like, don't feel like you have to, elaborate too much. Like, if you only want to give us 30 minutes, there is no pressure at all. Like, it's really up to you how long you stay on the stream. So, and also exploit-wise, yeah, don't feel like you have to overshare. We're happy with anything, anytime you give us and any answers.
Okay.
To preface this.
Understood.
So the first one is somebody asked, how did you get to high stakes? Did you do more private coaching initially or join the CFP, or did it on your own? And specifically the time where you were playing your rise through 500 no limit Zoom.
Yeah, I started being professionally, let's say in 2014, something like that. I was playing in the Spanish website for 2-3 years, and then I moved to Malta in around 2018, something like that. And then I moved to the UK, and I started playing more high stakes, let's say in 2020, 2021. Yeah, really close to the pandemic this time. Yeah, I started playing some tournaments and mixing with live games, and then I moved to the online cash games. I played for a few years heads-up games, and then definitely moved to the 6max games, and that's all, I think, more or less.
Yeah, sounds great. Then do you have, by any chance, some things that you feel helped you a lot, like when you were playing during that period, that maybe you understood? Like, I think the question specifically that somebody made mentions simplifications and heuristics to share. So basically, how did you study when coming up during that time?
You mean now or in my old times, or
during that time? Yeah, like when you were rising through the stakes and maybe around that area, where you were playing like low to mid stakes.
Yeah. It was really different at the beginning, because when I started to be professional, it wasn't that solver era, to be honest, and we studied in a different way. Yeah, but from 2018, I started using solvers every day. Then checking my game every day and analyzing other players. But my base is really theoretical, I can say. And then, as every people, we all do exploitations, but in general, I have a really strong theory base, I guess.
Okay, and so then what about nowadays? Like, what is your routine like in terms of, like, do you try to wake up at a specific time, like do sports and play short sessions?
Yeah, it depends on the place I am, because I spend let's say 3-4 months every year in the UK, and then the rest in Mexico. So depending on the place I am, I tend to organize myself in a different way. So, but basically, I'm the kind of guy that cannot play really long sessions. So I used to do 2-hour session more or less. This is something I have checked in the last years. I like to be careful of everything, every detail in the session, and don't have too many tables to play for too long. Yeah, it's kind of different here in the championship because this is something we don't have every time. I mean, when you play, let's say 1K or 2K, you go for the lobby and you just start playing, and you can play 3, 4, 5 tables wherever. But for us, for people who used to play higher, is different because we open the lobbies and most of the time there is no action. So this is something different for us and really emotion. Because we opened the lobby, as I said, and there is a lot of action running. So the routines have been different during the championship. But coming back from the beginning, as I said, I used to play 2-hour session more or less. I used to do 1 hour sport more or less. 2-3 hours of study. I have a really small coaching group, which is basically a family group. So it's not because of money or something like that. It's more to help them, and I really enjoy that part of the poker, and not always playing, and try to help my really close environment. So this is, as I say, a general approach to my daily routine. When I'm in Mexico, I understand poker in a more relaxed way, I can say, because I have more plans, and the life there is more relaxed in general. And when I'm in, for example, in UK or in a tournament festival or a championship like that, I try to be more focused on poker and put all my energy on. So, yep, that's it.
And grind mode, yeah, okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Somebody
it's
asked,
difficult to be focused on for the whole year. I mean, at the 100% mode. So you have to give some rest to your mind, and not a full holidays mode, but you can be working in 70-80% E4 mode, let's say.
I guess to avoid burnout, and then specifically, have you ever experienced that?
To keep the motivation, and if you want to have a long career, let's say, I think this is something is working for me and had made me possible to be on the higher games for the last years. So that's my small recommendation.
Yeah, no, makes perfect sense. What do you think makes the difference between a 500 reg to 2K and then 2K to high stakes?
I'm pretty sure. Can you say the question again? Between
what do you think makes the difference between a no limit 500 reg and 2K, and then 2K to high stakes?
It's the same from 500 to 2K, down 2K to high stakes, let's say. I think that let's say from 2K to the 12th game, I think that people who play the highest game have a really higher knowledge of the game, and they all know more. They all know the reasons because of every move, and they all know part of the tree, which is when you play, let's say 500, it's less common to see this line, but when you play 10K, you are going to see this line 3 times every day. So you can, okay, let's say I'm not going to study this part of the tree because it's not happening enough. But when you go higher and higher and higher and playing against top opponents, they are going to make you to be in that part of the tree. So you have to you need to study that part. You need to fight in this way, in this new part, as I say. I don't know if I explain
no.
good, but
It makes sense.
And yeah, it's more about theory, in my opinion, and more about general knowledge of poker, and more than understand why exploitations or something like that. That's my opinion by far.
And okay, that perfectly leads into my next question. If you were a mid-stakes player today and you could choose to study to become top 20 theory player in the world, but top 1 exploits, or top 20 exploits, but top 1 theory, which one will you pick? And can you explain why, please?
Second.
If you were a mid-stakes player today, and you could choose to study to become top 20 theory and top 1 exploits, so you're top 20 in the world at theory, but number 1 in exploits, or you're top 20 in exploits, but top 1 in theory. Which one would you pick, and why exactly?
I think actually, I guess I would choose top 20 on theory by far, because at the end, the theory, in my opinion, makes you, if you really understand the theory, you have the ability, if you invest enough time, you will have the option to build these exploitations, I think.
Okay.
So if you really know where is the EV coming from in, let's say, this spot, if you invest in enough time, you are going to find the correct exploitation. That's my opinion.
Yeah. I guess they complement one another. You're the first person that answered this, I think. Everybody else said number 1 or top 1 exploits so far.
But I think that's what he said. That's what he said, I think.
I think what I'm trying to say is maybe if you check the top 10 or top 20 of the world, maybe 3-4 players they are more unflexible. I don't know. I'm just saying a random number, but rest of the top 20, as I say, they have the ability of make really big exploitations, or be really flexible with their game.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. I mean, maybe one guy is playing 80% of the time in really close to the theory, and then 20% of the time are playing more exploitative line, or adapting more his game. Yep.
How do you think that someone goes from like having that theory knowledge to being able to come up with good exploits in game? Do you think they prepare the exploits before they go play and they are in the lab studying, coming up with exploits? Or is it something that they go in game and they realize that on this spot, on this specific spot, he thinks that his opponent is not gonna play according to theory and figure out an exploit on that moment? What do you think?
Try to say again, please. I mean, I have
Yeah.
I think I understood, but try to say again.
Yeah, like how should someone move from knowing all that theory knowledge to actually being able to exploit a player? Do you think they come up with it like outside of the tables and they prepare the exploits, or they just like use it in game when they're playing? They figure
No,
out.
I mean, be playing is going to give you the information and the showdowns to check if you are right with your reads. But at the end, you probably have to prepare these exploits. Some of them, people try to think that most of these exploitation are really logical, let's say. And then if you check, for example, with a solver, you check that many of them are really unintuitive. So there is obviously a work behind the season and the live game, and the live game is only giving you the information to keep the showdowns and to check if you are more right or less right. Yep, but definitely you have to work behind the live game.
Thank you.
Yep, and also that I would like to say is I think that nowadays there are too many people making videos and content about hands of higher stakes. I would like to say that at the end we are humans and we are not machines. And I think that some of the people is trying to find the finally answer for our move, and we all make mistakes. So we all make mistakes daily, and people sometimes is trying to figure out what we are doing, and even we are the best players in the world. We miss every day. Poker is really difficult, and it's about too many concepts, and we have to take in account too many parameters. And at the end, sometimes these concepts is more important than the other, and in a really similar situation, the other one is more important. So what is working in a 0.5 SPR is not working in a 0.7. So as I say, I want to say that we are humans, we are not machines. And in the same way that if you see a tennis match, let's say Roger Federer or Rafa Nadal or Carlos Alcaraz, they are going to miss too many balls or to hit the ball bad in too many points. But at the end, they are playing a really, really good game. And same happened with us. Or if you check a football match, they are going to miss too many shots or pass, or they're going to miss a penalty or whatever. Or if you see a chess game and they are playing fast check game, they are going to also to miss many different moves. And this is something I would like to say, because nowadays probably too many people is trying to find the final reason for a move, and sometimes it's more easy and it's just a mistake.
That's very interesting. Very interesting. That's good to know, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And we have to deal with that daily, in the sense that we have to accept our own mistakes. We have to be autocritics, but we don't have to be over hard with ourselves, because it's part of the game. As I say, poker is really complex, and it have too many parameters, and we have to accept that we are going to miss every day, and we have to just to keep focused, keep trying, keep training, and trying to give our best.
Yeah, that's a great and thorough answer. What do you think is the difference between the weakest regs in the challenge versus the strongest?
You say the best players on the
in this challenge, the best regs versus the weakest. This is not my This is not my question, by the way. This came from someone.
Yeah. I mean, is nothing special. I mean, is in the same line as I say at in the other questions. Probably are more deep knowledge of poker, and they can play a more different part of the trees, and they can adapt quicker for some information they can see in the table. If you have a really high knowledge of poker, when you see a showdown that maybe for someone doesn't mean something, maybe it's going to mean something for you. Yeah, this is something, for example, when I do coaching, we see I'm trying to analyzing a hand of one of my guys, and they see a showdown and they don't say anything. Sometimes it happens sometimes, and I say we cannot we cannot forget what had happened, because this showdown is giving a lot of information. So that's what I mean, that if you have a really deep knowledge of poker in general, you are going to find quicker solutions for what you are seeing at the table.
Okay, so adaptability, I guess, might be the word.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for low to mid stakes players to succeed in poker?
Yes, in the same line as I'm saying, yes, try to give your best. Try to have a really good poker environment. Try to be close of people who is in your same mode for growing up in poker, let's say, and try to study a lot, coach a lot, and keep your mind really healthy. I think that poker nowadays is becoming more and more professional. If you check the professional poker players in, let's say, the 2010, 15 years ago or 20 years ago, I think that the professional player has changed a lot in their routines. I think that people nowadays is more try to keep more importance on health in general, food, sport, all these things that are really important to keep your mind in a good mode. So yeah, try to give the importance that these things have, and try to be really autocritic when things are not going good. I mean, let's say if you run bad for a month, nothing's happened, okay, but if you have been even for 6 months, maybe something is happening, and you have to ask yourself every time what I'm not seeing, what I need to improve, where I'm losing. Yeah, basically make yourself the correct answers.
Oh, I love that.
And how do we answer the question of what am I not seeing? Because if you're not seeing something, there's a high chance that you won't see it for yourself. Do you think then the next step is to get a coach, or to? And I would also like to ask you if you like those type of stat checkers programs like
Yeah.
to
I
know.
mean, get a coach is definitely the best solution, because maybe you can find some answers, but the coaching, what is going to make is make the time shorter. So maybe you need 6 months to find the correct answer for this question, and with his help, you are going to find in 15 days. So getting coach is definitely probably the correct solutions. And a coach is also going to give you like really confident, and this is also really important, I think.
Then,
Uh,
sorry.
yeah, I'm here.
Okay. What's your top 5 power ranking or like toughest players to play against?
I see.
Sauce question. Moment of sauce. I was waiting for that.
We didn't ask for easiest to play against. We asked for toughest to play against. You don't have to answer, by the way. If you want to skip.
Yeah. I can escape, but I mean, I'm not. It's a difficult one, but I'm not going to say the players that make my life more difficult.
Okay.
Which is not always the best player.
Yeah.
So if I have to choose the top opponents and the 3 that I think that they deserve to be more mentioned in that list, they should be for me, Linus, Kevin, and Jasamgale.
Okay.
Nice. The OGs, the classic ones.
Yeah. I mean, we all know that there are a lot of really good players, and as I say, this doesn't mean that they are the ones that make my life more difficult. But I think that they have a special seat on my list.
Yeah. Who do you think are the best regs that never made it to high stakes?
Second, please.
The best regs or the best players that never made it to high stakes. So they stopped in the mid stakes or just a little bit before high stakes.
So the best regs?
Yeah, the best regs that didn't manage to reach the high stakes.
Oof, I don't know. I mean,
That's a tough one.
I cannot answer that question because I haven't been playing that mistakes for a long time. So it would be just I can say a random name, but it's just random, as I say. No, I cannot answer with enough knowledge. This
yeah,
question.
that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Who do you think is the best player that's not playing in this challenge?
No names comes to my mind. I think most of the people are playing. I think no, or are you
maybe Thijs Stojante or Marcos Ladev or
yeah. Probably these 2 guys. Yeah, the Letonian guys. Yeah, no, from Estonia. They are both from Estonia. Yeah. These 2 guys probably. Yeah, I forgot it.
Okay, maybe a bit more about yourself. Like, do you have a favorite book, film, or activity outside of poker?
Yeah. Nowadays, I'm a huge fan of racket sports, and I used to play tennis in my old times, and nowadays I play paddle. I don't know if you know what it is. It's also a racket.
Yeah, I know.
It's a racket game with balls, and yeah, this is my main sport nowadays. Now I'm in Argentina, so I'm not playing now. But next month I will be in Mexico, and I will be playing back.
Paddle is huge in Argentina. I know Paddle is very popular in Argentina.
It's very it's very popular, but I don't know too many people who is playing here, and I only playing for 1 month, and I think it was easier just to go to the gym and have a more basic routine in that sense. And also, for example, when I play a paddle match, I used to use like 2 hours because games are normally about 90 minutes, and so it's I think it's too long if you want to be focused on the challenge and take the correct breaks and don't use too many energy in that way.
Yeah, makes sense.
Another question was, how important is it for a high-stakes regular to reg battle and not just try to find the softest games?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think that one is really personal, and you have to think what are you looking for in poker, and what's your goal, or what kind of player would you want to be. So basically, you always should be looking for good games, but sometimes as I was in the same way that I was talking, the difference between 500 reg and high stakes reg is the same. When you always play really soft games, it's more difficult you grow up because they are not going to put you in the most difficult scenario as is going to happen in a 300 or a 400. You know what I mean? If you are playing soft games, you are going to win more money, and this is the basic thought in poker. But when you're playing 300, you are going to have more opportunities of putting a top spot, and you are going to check more information in relation with that spot. So I think my recommendation is to play really soft games, but sometimes you can mix to check where are you, or to check how do you feel, which is important because some people can deal really good with the emotion of a 300 of the battling, and some people they find really difficult to play these thought lineups, and they don't feel good and they don't feel enough confident. So this is, I think, really personal, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think of the evolution of the game? So old school versus new school?
In what sense you mean?
I'm not. I think the person that's shared the question didn't particularly share, but I'm guessing it's about like the new study tools versus the way it used to be, and then probably don't know about this, but Daniel Negranu, he has like a masterclass thing. And a friend of mine had it, and I remember I had a look, and he brought up like a very interesting thing where he said, like, I can't paraphrase exactly, but it was something along the lines of like people used to play their hands, and then it was more important to kind of like think about their hand, and then it became my range versus their hand, and then eventually poker became my range versus their range. So maybe this evolution, like that one is like what I would think of maybe.
I mean, it's not a clear question, but where I can say that most of the people nowadays, even they are playing live games or soft games or whatever, most of the people is working about the theory, and most of the people is trying to check their hands. Everything is more professional, as I said at the beginning. That's all. I mean, it's not a clear answer, as I say.
No, it's good. It's good. By the way, you have great English.
What do you think of MDA, David? Do you like that approach to crushing the games? Is that what you need? A mix of theory and MDA, or do you think that it's overrated?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
No.
Actually, I'm very curious about this.
I mean, I think it's really important because as a tracker, as a solver, is information. And as I was saying in the way that poker is about really different, too many parameters and too many information, and this is part of the information to make the tree. I mean, you cannot you have to take this in account. I mean, it's really important. It all depends on what is the environment you are playing. If you are playing a 10K environment, probably MDA is not going to be as important as in mid stage, and you have to know this for sure. But it's also important. It's also important. Everything is important, because if you want to build the correct tree, you have to take all the information you know to put in the tree as well. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. And I have another question about using RNG. Do you think that a lot of people would do better if they use the RNG less on turns and rivers? Or do you think that there's edge in being trying to be balanced and being unexploitable? How do you think a good player can crush the most, by using the RNG or trying to use the RNG as less as possible?
RNG, you mean what you're
Randomizing.
A randomizer.
Okay. I mean, it's not as important as I think. I mean, you mean for every street, or for the rivers, or for what?
I think pre-flop and flop, I think it's kind of common sense that a lot of people use, right? Randomizer. But then on turn and rivers, like the way people play is not gonna be the same way as a solver plays. But still, I see a lot of people, and even people playing higher stakes, that they still try to be balanced and use the RNG a lot for turn decisions, or if they want to split their river strategy into two sizings, they make sure they put a certain amount of nuts on the small sizing and on the checking as well. And they try to be balanced. Do you think this is necessary? This is very important to do, or do you think it's best to figure out which line is going to make you the most amount of money in every situation against different kinds of players?
I mean, it's a really complex question, but being balanced in most of the situation is not going to be bad at all, because if you make really extreme lines, the other player can also adapt to you, and you have to deal with all this information you are giving to them. So sometimes for example, if you're, let's say, betting the river, there is some EV of this strategy, and you are just taking the EV of this strategy wherever he does. Then you have the option to find more EV if you think he's not folding or not calling enough or whatever. But you are accepting this original EV when you try to be balanced. You know what I mean? And then you have the option to find a more profitable line. If you can find it, go for it, for sure. But the only thing you have to take into account is that the information you are giving to him, he can also use it, which is fine, but you have to take into account for the next time.
Yeah, so of course, when you try to adapt, sometimes you're not gonna be right all the time, right? Sometimes you're gonna be right, sometimes the guy's gonna be right, but is it still worth trying to find this, or are you better off, you think, mostly just defaulting to a balanced strategy?
Oh, say again. Sorry, say again.
Yeah, so when you try to adapt to make an exploit against a player, sometimes you're gonna be right, but sometimes you're gonna be wrong, right?
Yeah.
But do you think that in the long term, should you still go for it with confidence and be very aggressive about it, or should you just try to make an exploit if you're very, very confident in your exploit?
Mm, I mean, I'm not going to talk about myself in this sense, but I mean, if you have the option, yeah, just go for it. Something I would like to say is, in some way, people in the highest game, they are all really flexible, but sometimes this is part of your poker style, and it's difficult to go out of this. So if you find a really big spot to make money from an opponent, just go for it, because sometimes he's going to check that information, and sometimes if it's not, or he's going to find a different reason for your move. I don't know if I'm explaining good, but yeah, just if it's something really profitable, you think, just go for it. I think it's the correct way. And if it's something that you are not clear, or you are doubting about, just do sometimes, do not, and check the information and work about to find the correct answer.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Sure.
One question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here.
One question was about, did you have any specific rivalry with anyone? I think people will think, immediately of like you and Linus being two of the greatest. So is that something that's like you ever think of? And then do you enjoy, getting to play against him as much as you do, and potentially that rivalry?
Yeah, I mean, in the healthy way, because I think we all have a healthy rivalry. But the top three of the leagues, and also Prodigy and Yama, have been playing a lot in the last 2-3 years. So probably these are the 5 guys of the list we have been playing most. Yeah, we are really theoretical in most of the part. It's funny because we all have a different game style, and there is no one exactly than the other. I mean, there are too many similar things between each other, but we all have our different poker style and our understood of the game. So yeah, probably the top 3, as I said, and then I will add Yama and Prodigy for battling the last 2 years.
Okay. Another question was, how do you handle the big dollar swings?
It's a good one. It's something that is personal. I think that there's people that can manage with let's say 100 buying bankroll, and some people don't feel comfortable with 200 buying bankroll. So it's something that is really personal. I think that you have to work on this, but it's really, really personal. And most of the people who is on the top and can manage with these really high swings of money is because probably we all have the money, and we all have the enough buyings to deal with that, and we are not gambling, let's say. Yeah, we have the experience, we have the bankroll, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money when you context in the real life. But if you are you have the bankroll, and you have the experience, and you have the knowledge, is just part of the work, let's say.
Yeah. Okay, then I have a question specifically. By the way, we don't have too many more. I think it's like around 4 questions, and then maybe we can quickly talk about a hand as well. That would be cool if you're down for that. I have a question about the state of online poker. So what would you like to see from platforms like Coin in the future to like, potentially develop themselves and become a bigger player, or just from platforms in general? Like what would you like to see that maybe is missing?
In relation with the championship, for example, I have to say thank you for all the people who have made this possible, even you and whoever who have streaming and the players who have been streaming here and being part of the media. But I think we all need more to be more visible, because it's crazy that we have the best players in the world playing for too many hours with showdowns, and in my opinion, the streamings doesn't have the enough viewers than it should. I mean, and we are all guilty of that, because I think that the cash game players, we all have a low profile in the media scenario. I don't know but who's the cash game player with more followers in Twitter or Instagram, let's say? I don't know who is, but if you check the tournament players, we can find players who have 100,000, 200, 300. So that's the sad thing for me. Even I'm more relaxed when I play if less people is watching, but I'm not happy of that, because yes, we are seeing the best players in the world, as I said, and not too many people did shoot in other modalities. And yeah, I think as I say, I'm part of the problem, because we all the players should be more part of this. I have to say thank you for all these guys who have been more part of the media and for the content.
Yeah, no, I love that, and I'm sure that they'll appreciate it as well. But then, so there is a right balance to be had, right? Because you cannot just go on like a stream and like reveal everything, especially like exploits wise. So like now you're already like sharing some stuff with us, but do you think that's maybe part of the difficulty then for the players to kind of navigate that and like be able to like have some sort of public presence and maybe grow like the cash game followers?
I mean, it's difficult because I think it has been part of our poker lifestyle. The cash game player don't try to be really visible in the social media. And I think we all have to change our mind and understand that it's good for the poker and it's good for the championship, and it's going to be maybe more recreational, or maybe there is an incentive that we are not still looking for, but it's sometimes good about make poker more visible. I think we all have to think about that and reset our minds in that sense. And I'm saying that. Even you have texted me several times to be here, and it's still difficult for me, but I'm trying to change my mind in that sense. So, yeah.
And actually, we really appreciate you being on as well. So then is something like, Waco's podcast, The Mechanics of Poker, is that something that you feel more players should get on, and you specifically? Like, would you consider getting on it?
I'm sure Waco already asked this to him.
I'm sure.
Times.
I'm sure. I'm sure he did, but it sounds like Davey, like he's always evolving, like his opinion of that, and specifically about Mechanics of Poker. By the way, I don't know if you know that, but they record.
Sure.
They recorded the podcast, and then if there is any part you want erased, they erase it. And even if you later say, "Oh, I've only taken down," then they would also take it down. So realistically, about like oversharing, there is a very low chance that would ever end up like truly happening, technically. So yeah, just curious about your take on this, and if maybe you might reconsider and someday take part in it.
Yeah. Absolutely. I will reconsider. And something that I also think is maybe we also need more content in the way that only just for fun. I don't know if I'm being clear in that sense.
Entertainment. Yeah.
Yeah, and pure entertainment, because
Yeah.
for example here it's more like technical things or a content specifically for people who is professional, because I think that my friends who doesn't know a lot about poker, they are not going to see a streaming like that. So I think we have to improve in the way that creating more content for professional, for people who really love poker, but also for people who just want to see, I don't know, more just for pure entertainment.
Yeah. Somebody asked, did you ever question, there's a website in particular, I'm not going to name it, but the RNG from that website, because you were crushing on every website except this one?
Basically, the question. Did you understand?
The question is basically, do you think poker was rigged? That's not of course.
No.
I'm joking.
No, absolutely no.
Okay.
I mean, there is only one website, and I think I play, let's say, 70k hands.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, no, definitely not.
Yeah. And do you have a good memory of hands played a long time ago? And is there anyone that stands out?
Definitely not. This is something that is not my best thing in poker, my best skill, the memory. I mean, I think I have a memory of all the showdowns, of the information I have received about poker, and it's maybe in a corner of my mind, and is present when I need it, but I don't have a really good memory for specific hands. If you ask me what is the biggest spot you have win, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Or what is the biggest spot you have lost, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Me neither. Same.
That's completely fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, then would you be okay to go over one of your hands that you played today without necessarily getting into too deep into like exploits or anything? Maybe purely from a theoretical standpoint.
Okay. Yes. For not let's not go too many deep in that sense. Just 1-2 hands.
Okay.
But yeah, let's go.
All right, let's do it.
And one last question, David. How do you study? Do you use do you just review your own hands of solvers, or do you use stuff like hand to notes? And do you like a study session for you? What does it look like usually?
I prefer to keep for me that one, but yes. I would like to say that I do a lot of coaching with my close group, as I said, and this make me let's say a group the information every time, all the day, so I have a really deep content in theory, and then I used to check my sessions, all my hands. Let's say every session I have, I mark at least 20 to 30 hands.
Oh, nice. Wow.
Yep. So
That's
I
a lot of
try
hands.
yeah. So some of them are just a basic civet or second barrel or whatever, and some of them are really complex and more deep. Some of them, and then sometimes happen to me that I'm trying to check something, and when I review the hand, I stop because something surprised me in the tree. Yeah, I dedicate the correct time to if a new concept appears for me.
Yeah. So there's no secret sauce, right? Just
yes, there is. You're not getting it.
No.
So.
Yeah. Yeah.
If there is, he's not gonna
No
tell
secret
us
sauce.
here, right? Yeah, yeah.
No secret
Fine.
sauce. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. In this hand here, we are 100.
I am not seeing.
Oh, do you have the stream open?
Oh yeah, you gotta go on YouTube or Twitch
I'll
and
share you. Sorry, one sec.
Let me.
Right here. There shouldn't be much delay, so I think it will be easy to see. Let me know when you have it.
He's charging, but not yet.
Okay. Otherwise, yeah, I think that hand will be pretty easy to remember. You see it?
Wait a second. Now I see. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I see.
All right. So in this hand, we have Linus on the button. It's 111 big blinds effective, and he opens 2.5. You 3-bet to 11, and it comes 10-9-3 with 2 diamonds.
Okay.
In this type of spot, as somebody that plays low stakes myself, I always think too easily of like all the pairs and all the hands that already beat me. You know, like here, if I have 2 overcards, or even if I have like an overpair, I always think, oh, this guy's 9s, he has 10s. Do you feel like being able to broaden this type of situation and making the right decision is just going to come through like, you know, drilling these spots, like 3-bet spots a lot, or like how to proceed here, like if you're playing those stakes to get better in this spot?
Basically, first thing I would ask is if you are 3-betting more linear. It depends on if you are flatting the small blind or not. I'm not doing in my case, so this flop is going. I'm going to have more impact in this flop in a 10-9x because my king jack, king queen are hitting something more than if I'm 3-betting more a polarized range. So I would be c-betting more really high frequency this board.
Okay. Yeah, at 3-bets, I think linear, yeah, small blind.
Yep. What were you asking? Say again, please.
Yeah, just like how to go about like really improving in these spots and like kind of like getting the big picture. Is it through just like drills and studying, or you want to be able to find like heuristics and things that you can apply from very early on to identify maybe different but sometimes somewhat similar type of boards and like how to play these spots?
Nothing. I think nothing special on this flop, to be honest. It's just really high frequency c-bet. In as I said, if you are 3-betting a linear range on the small blind, maybe you can play a more polarized style if you are playing a flatting game on the small blind. And go for a higher sizing. I'm going to bet a half pot by far here. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I remember the hand I played 1 hour ago.
So yeah, half pots.
Yeah.
Then Linus calls.
Yeah, he calls.
And then so
yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry, you were gonna say?
He calls. No. Yeah, he just calls, and the turn is jack. I remember.
Yeah. Just one thing quickly. Like when I started playing poker, I always pictured that here, you know, when you're one of the 2 players, it's going to be like, you know, in movies, like you're going to see the full range exactly in your heads. But then I realized like you don't quite picture it that well, but you have an idea, right? Like you see Jack 10-9, you're already thinking about, you know, potential like sets, 2 pairs, king queens and all that. You don't necessarily see it that vividly, and then you kind of factor in like all the flushes. Do you feel like there is a better way to go about thinking about it? Like, is it really step by step and you really let the betting tell you what the range is going to be? Or do you think it's good to drill a lot to be able to really be able to see like the full range in question?
Say again, please. I'm sorry. Now
yeah, I feel like maybe my question is also a little bit vague. Just about like seeing the ranges in detail here.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's an important thing, or is like as long as you have like solid foundation to your game, and it's like you understand like what the bets are going to mean, you're going to be able to make the right decisions and like, you know, follow what you've studied and your intuition.
No. I mean, on the flop is probably the street that most of the people is playing more close to the theory.
Yeah.
Because there is more there is direct EV from my betting range here, which I'm not going to skip. You know, so let's say if I bet here close to range or 80% or 90 or whatever, there is an EV that is direct from my betting, and I'm not going to make really big changes, because if let's say I'm going to bet 50% of my range, I'm losing this direct EV that I have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in the flop, I think that most of the people is trying to play as close as possible as the theory.
Yeah.
So we are going to see less magic moves or weird
Creative lines, I
lines,
guess.
let's say. Yeah.
Okay, so we get the call, jack on the turn. Now you have a straight, and you bet half again.
Yeah. This is a really dynamic turn. My depolarized range is hitting a lot here, so it's definitely a card is improving more my range than his range. He has the 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s with diamond, and now they are smashed, and I have all the king queen, king jack in frequency, ace jack, 7-8 suit. I mean, most of all the nuts are in my range, and he also have all these nuts, but there is a part of the range which have called the flop that now is in a really big trouble and have to fall. So I'm betting this turn in a mid to high frequency, because the hands that I'm not improved now have a really good equity or a really good blocker property, which is basically ace queen or ace king. So I don't have really much non-equity hands, like only, let's say, ace 4, ace 5, no diamonds. These are the only hands that don't have equity, let's say, or don't have any good blocker property.
It's because of that, like you say, you have like a lot of nutted hands, but he too. Wouldn't you then be encouraged to bet bigger than this? Like, why go half here exactly? Is it so that the SPR is like very close to 1 on the river?
No, it's basically most of the turns that complete straight. Even if the straight is in the off frequency.
Yeah.
Sorry for my English.
No, it's good.
So it's not the same if he only have king queen suited that if he has king queen off. So I need to be called for more hands than set and king queen. So if I bet big, I'm going to
only let him continue the very strong hands, which are not enough.
Yeah, the very strong hands. And there's only an idea here, which is when there is an open-ended completed like that, I'm going to have a really high bad river frequency. So I still want to keep the pot in some way, in some control, let's say.
Yeah.
So imagine I have aces or kings. 8 is bad, 7 is bad, queen is bad, diamond is bad. So this high frequency of river, bad rivers, want to make me bet a little bit small.
Okay, it goes way deeper than I even imagined. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to take into account. He does make the call. And then river is...
Even that, it's not going to be a really big EV difference if you bet here 66% of the pot. It's going to be kind of the same, but if you want to choose the really correct size, it's going to probably be the mid pot.
Yeah. So it does make the call, and then river is what seems to be a blank with the 5 of clubs. And you jam, and he calls. So your hands seem straightforward here, but what about his call? He flopped top pair and the flush draw, and then he ended up just kind of calling down. Do you feel like that's the main way this hand plays in theory? And then what about the catcher on the river?
He has a really good one. He has a really a really good hand because I'm going to bluff more ace queen than ace king, I think. Okay, so because the blocker effect of the ace queen is higher, so if he thinks I'm going to bluff more ace queen than ace king, this king 10 is a little bit better. I don't know if he's calling with queen 10 too. We should ask him. But he has a 10 jack suited blocker. That's important when you are playing a small amount of combination. It's not a spot with a smaller amount of combination, but when you are trying to choose a bluff catch, you have to be worried about that. And he's not calling with king 10 hearts or king 10 hearts, for example. This one is blocking the 10 jack suited, which is my main 2 pair here, because I would be checking probably 10-9 on the turn. I don't know. So he probably thought that he has a blocker of 10 jack. He has a blocker of queen 10, king queen, sorry. And he's probably thinking that I'm bluffing more the ace queen than the ace king. And I'm bluffing more with no diamond than diamond, which is important.
Okay.
For example, if he has a king 8 of diamonds, he's going to call flop, call turn for river. And that makes me more profitable bluff an ace king of spade, let's say.
Yeah.
So if he thinks I'm going to bluff more ace king of spades, that's why he's calling more with the king 10 diamonds.
And so what about if you had gotten like one of the worst river cards, let's say like a king or a queen shows up on the river? Then how does it work for you? Do you still block and then you have to fold or think about calling, or do you just check and pray that he checks back?
If it depends on the river, it's not the same a queen than a king. Let's say a queen, for example, or if a queen comes, or my value range has changed, and now my ace king is my value range, and I have still have the king queen, ace king, king queen, some king jack suited or something like that, not king 9. I would be checking on my 7-8 on a queen or a king by far. Then on the river, I have to ask if it's enough to call. What is his frequency to bluff? If he's going to bluff me a hand like 8-9. For example, if my combination is not bad, because imagine a hand that could. Let's go for a king, for example. Let's go for a king.
Yeah.
He could be calling, bluffing a hand like 8-9, and my hand is unblocking that hand, so I can be folding 7-8 of hearts, maybe, or clubs, and I can be calling 7-8 of diamonds for choose something. But it's going to depend on how frequent I expect that he's bluffing the semi-showdown hands.
Yeah. All right. Great breakdown. I like it a lot. That was quite nice. We had a hand of your liners as well, specifically. A friend of mine asked me to ask you a question. He said,
I like his call, to be honest.
You like his call? Okay, nice.
Yep.
My friend asked, he said, what does Davey think of breaking down the game tree backwards, starting from the river and going backwards to understand better what's happening?
No, definitely from the flop.
Okay, so always from the flop.
Yeah, always from the flop. And to be honest, always from the pre-flop, because the game tree is going to be built with the pre-flop ranges.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful with the pre-flop ranges first, and then go to the flop and try to be how the range is going on every street.
Okay, would you be okay to do one more hand?
Okay, last one.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
I just saw this because like there is a table going right now and Jungleman is there with Linus. And the other day Jungleman was playing, he was streaming with Linus and he let Linus get a flush like on the river, and then he just like, I think he slow played on the turn, they check. I don't know if you saw that, but then on his stream he was not too pleased, you know, he was kind of like cursing out Linus. So I thought there is a funny dynamic, but anyway, let's go into the replayer and then we can focus on Linus. Like sometimes we do a hand review where we focus on one player's POV. So here it's Linus who has ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts. So I'll bring it up. So Linus has ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts.
I'm not okay. Okay, now I see.
He limps in the small blinds.
Yep.
Jungle does 3 big blinds, and then wait, how many big blinds effective actually? Oh, 100 exactly. So he limps.
Yep.
Ace 10 off, and then raise. Then he re-raises 13.5, and Jungle calls. We head to 998 two-tone, and Linus bets. What is that? 30%.
Okay.
And Jungle re-raises, and again he has ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts.
Jungleman or Linus?
Linus.
Okay. Ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts. Okay.
Yeah, so like, what the hell is going on on this board? Like, C-bet I would understand, but then like there is a re-raise, and he ends up calling with ace 10 off.
Yeah. He's still calling. Yeah. I mean, this is basically a pot odds simplification. I mean, he needs to put 14 to a pot of what's the amount? Is 7,000 with the call?
7.3.
Yeah. He had. I mean, he had a really big odds. He probably doesn't think he has. Jungle has hands like jacks or queens, so he's out of the 10 is kind of clean, and he had an open-ended draw. He maybe he's folding a hand like ace jack, or I don't know if ace queen is still too strong. Yeah, but I would be calling ace 10 definitely, because there is not too many 9x offsuit in the range of Jungle here. Probably no one. And so he's not really afraid of the 9, and he's not really afraid of hands like jacks and queens, which are probably raising pre-flop again. So he has 2 overcards to the middle. He has the nut flush backdoor, and he has the open-ended backdoor, which is better than ace jack, for example.
Okay. You know, when you say all this, it makes perfect sense. But me, as a low-stakes player who's not well-studied, I just look at this board. I'm like, well, I have nothing. You know, I'm out.
Imagine, it's difficult, but imagine that put right here. No, Linus, right that. So imagine that put all the money on the flop. Sorry, before that. It's just an exercise for.
Oh, you mean like when there is the raise?
Yeah. Before the raise, after he raised, before Linus call. Before Linus call. Yeah, right here. So the amount of the pot is right now is 5,000 plus 5,800.
Yeah.
So it's like 1/3 of the pot. You have to put no 1/4. 25 is a quarter raise. So imagine that someone c-bet you a quarter and you have to call with ace-10. Would you be calling?
I mean, a while back, no. Nowadays, yes, more so, because I understand, like, against small bet, you defend, like, much more, yeah.
It's if you face, it's a really close ranges situation and a really small SPR situation, which is basically different. But sometimes that happen in a really small SPR is if you hit something, is you can realize easier.
Yeah.
So it's more difficult when you play a really big SPR. So if someone bets you 25% of the pot here, you would be calling with ace-10 with diamond by far. So that's the point.
So even like without getting too deep into ranges, you always have to factor in like pot odds here and like what, how many outs you have to even backdoor.
Yeah, and he's probably 3-betting hands like, I don't know, but jacks, queens, or even kings, no diamond. So he was probably calling with hands like aces diamond, kings diamonds. I don't know if queens diamond. And also with hands like that.
Okay, so we do see a call and then 4 of diamonds on the turn. Linus checks and jungle bets 1800 into 7.3.
Okay, now the decision is only call or shove. That's the only move he has. I don't know what happened on that hand, but if he has the ace of diamonds, I mean, it was kind of bad on the flop. Imagine, for example, he has ace queen with the queen of diamonds. Maybe he's going to 3-bet to stack off some ace X of diamonds. So he's probably stacking off. I don't know, but it's not my best spot, the limp raise from a small blind.
Yeah.
But he's probably stacking a hand like ace queen or ace king with the king or queen of diamonds, but not with the ace, because he's going to try to stack a hand like ace X of diamonds. So this is why he's not 3-betting the flop probably, but now on the turn, that's good because you were afraid of his ace X of diamonds. So now I would be shoving definitely.
Okay.
I don't know what happened, but now, I mean, I like the call, but I think I prefer the shove.
Linus just called and we head to a 6 of clubs river and he checks and jungle jams.
All right. I mean, the thing is good because he's probably raising more hands like king jack or queen jack jungle on the flop, more than a 10 jack or a 10-7, I think. But I don't know, it's going to be zero EV call probably, and it depends on his read, and they probably know each other better. I haven't played just a couple of sessions against jungle, and I don't know. I don't know, to be honest, what can he show here. But the thing is, it's going to be difficult to find a offsuit random hand here. Maybe king 10 or king jack or something like that. It's the only diamond hand that I am expecting. King jack, king 10, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. And well, we did see a call, which ended up being correct, as jungle at queen of diamonds, 10 of spades.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So when you see
that's it.
when you see a call
I
like
mean,
this, you feel like this is it's well played by both players. I assume, or do you feel like Linus like somehow like he stepped up and he made a tough call on the river?
I think it's kind of a good play for both, because probably Jungle thinks he doesn't have too many offsuit hands to raise with a decent blocker property.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, Queen 10, and maybe you avoid in the future of a semi-cooler of a King Jack with the King of Diamonds, raising the flop. So I like from both.
And so actually after this hand, Jungle chatted a little bit. He said, "He's easy to call when I never have it ever." And then in the very next hand, I was like paying attention to the table still. It's like Jerry raises, Linus 3-bets, and Jungle called 4, and Linus jams. And I was like, oh my god, I can feel like the steam coming out of the ears of Jungle. And he just folds, and he says ace queen suited in the chat. So and Linus had ace king off. So yeah, Jungle not getting the best of Linus so far. But yeah, no, David, thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure talking to you, sir. I really hope.
Sorry for the delay. I would try to put more effort on grow up for the next championship.
Yeah, and mechanics of poker, sir. Like we really hope you go on there. Like we want to hear more from you if possible. Like if you consider it, that's already great.
All right, I will consider it.
Yeah, great job this year, Davey. Last year, it was unfortunate that you weren't able to put as much volume as we would like to see. But this year, you did great. Finished top 3, or top 5, whatever. It's great effort. Good job.
Thank you very much.
It's not over.
I will fight until the end.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Now, but
let's go. Good job. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good night. Good luck in the challenge.
Bye.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
You enjoyed that?
That was fun. That was fun, yeah. He seems like a great guy, you know.
Yeah, what a sicko. Apologizing for his amazing English as well.
Nah, come on. His English is totally fine.
Yeah, no, it was great.
He lives in England.
No, I mean he's apologizing.
For no reason.
It's great. Wow. Yeah, that was cool. I think a lot of people are probably going to watch that and probably learn a bunch getting into the mind. I got a ton of timestamps.
I mean, yeah, that's the one you got to watch. Dave is a rare one. He doesn't talk too often, you know.
Yeah. All right. I think I'm not even sure.
What are your main takeaways? What's something really enjoy listening?
Well, he explained really well that even high stakes players they're not robots. Maybe also like downplaying how great they are, but he said like we're humans, we make mistakes, and he was referencing some of the content that was being made. And I think maybe sometimes they're like portrayed to be like inhuman in a way, right? Because they're so good in the way they think about it, like the whole game. So that kind of stuck with me in that, right? Like with the, it's like the cheesy athlete that like wins a tournament or like a fight, and that says like, anybody can do it. You just gotta work hard. But in a way, he kind of reinforced that for sure. Like and also like his whole demeanor, very down to earth and willing to come on the stream and admits, maybe like some of the cash game players, they should maybe put more effort into doing like public stuff.
Yeah. Honestly, that was also the first thing that came to my mind of the top moment. It was him explaining that sometimes people try to figure out why did he do that. Like he must know something that nobody knows. Is like, nah, probably just a mistake,
Yeah.
I remember when Prodigy was reviewing one of his hands, he did something a little like weird that didn't seem very good, honestly. And Prodigy was like, maybe it's good, it's Davey, it's probably good. But then a few seconds later he was like, maybe like he's getting too much respect just because of his screen name, and maybe he just messed up, But no, yeah, but he seems like a great guy, very humble.
Yeah.
I think it's really cool that he has this poker family that he coaches, like basically just to help them. Basically, I hope he's getting some money out of it, but like,
But you can't charge family for this stuff.
like, but probably it's probably not his hourly rate that he would make making making poker, you know. So that's just like nice of him, and yeah, just like a good guy.
I think if you're one of the best in cash, you probably can't coach somebody unless you know them really well, because then if it leaks, it'd just be really bad for you EV wise.
Yes.
So I can understand like, whereas like MTT, for example, you can't really control like who makes the final tables. I mean, technically, like maybe if one of the greats has like trouble against another one of the greats, he could send him some spy to get like some. Well, it would be very expensive as well, right? Like, but he could send someone to.
But EV is still EV, you know, like.
Yeah.
I'm sure the top MTT guys also don't go around like sharing everything with just anybody, you know. But yeah, that's the issue with poker. Is like your edge is in the information that you have, so to share. It's not good to like share something that it took you years to learn, and then you just come on a random stream and you just like share everything, you know, for free. Like you're losing your edge, you know. So I totally understand when some cash game players don't want to jump on some streams, but it's good to go, even if you don't want to talk too deeply, like he did. What he did, I think it's totally fine, you know.
Yeah.
You answer questions the way you want to, and yeah, it is what it is. If you don't like, don't invite him, you know. Don't get him on. So fine.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna call it for now. There's like few tables running, but I think maybe have a bit of a break and perhaps come back tonight. I'm not sure yet, or either that or tomorrow, where I have already some guests scheduled. But thank you for joining, W. Like you actually, at some point when we were talking to Davey, you asked some really sick questions that I hadn't thought of. So I really want to credit you for that. I was like, oh my god, like this guy, he's gonna take my job soon, you know?
No. I tried, but I hope I did a good job of.
No, it was really good.
Fuck up.
No, when you asked really good questions at some point. Again, like I was very impressed, and that helped a lot.
No, I'm just trying to, you know, I know you put a lot of effort and you do really well about. The guests are very comfortable with you, so I was just trying to see what I can add. But yeah, you did almost all of it. I was just trying to just add some things, but yeah, I think you did really good, and that was really fun. Yeah.
You're too kind. Yeah, thank you, and you're welcome back anytime in the next 2 days if you want. Just drop me a message, and then we'll get you on if you want.
Yeah, thanks. We'll see. I do have like a wedding to attend this week, and I'll be pretty busy. But we'll see. Maybe I will. But okay. Yeah, it was a lot of fun as always. Yeah. Good luck.
What about the shoutouts?
I do have a shout out to Prodigy's wife. That's my main one. But no, Prodigy's girlfriend. He's not married yet.
Yeah.
There's this girlfriend he brags about all the time. So yeah, he's like just wants to show off he has a girlfriend and he's not a loser and stuff. But
oh my god, really out of pocket. All right, thanks, bro.
No, but just for fun, like.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna say anybody else because I'm sure I'm gonna forget. There's so many people, you know, all the people I talk poker with.
All right, let's not give them any credit then.
Right. No, yeah, I'm gonna forget someone, but like, yeah, there's way too many people.
All right.
Yeah.
You avoided debate. Thank you, dudes. Have a good night. Talk later.
Bye. Good night. Bye.
Bye. You didn't take the bait. I thought he was gonna start for a second, just shouting out people and forgetting some for sure. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in as always. I don't know what the chances are I come back live tonight, but there is some, I'd say. I will try and monitor if there are guests that want to come on and if the games are going strong as well. I think right now it's just... There's 4 tables. 2 of them are full. 1 of them is 4 players. So we'll see. I definitely need a bit of rest and go to gym as well. But yeah, big love to everybody who tuned in. Shout out to PokerStrategy and CoinPoker for putting this amazing challenge together. Big love in particular to Davey that came on today, but also to our other guests, and there were quite a few of them. We had Peter Knop at the top of the show, Yolan Cohen joined spontaneously, PTSD, and of course, Doblu. Big love to all of them. So I'm probably going to spend the next 30 minutes working on timestamps to put them immediately under the video for those that didn't watch the live. And if you guys want to follow me, I'm Johan Merlo on Instagram and Twitter. I am Todd, TOD on Twitch, doing some poker streams actually here and there when I'm not gaming. And I'll see you guys very soon.